Vidhi-Vidhat, named by Param Pujyapada Acharya Dev. Jai Guru.
Bandai loku tilakam sattatavarta vibhushanam Amarut kittut saranam prabuddha loku jivanam Pranaya pramatta jaga deepanam Jivano purushottamam Satgurum. Today, we are going to start second All India Legal Academic Seminar. Thanks to all the distinguished judges, advocates, professors and expertise of other fields, and my beloved students. I am one of the coordinator of the second All India Legal Academic Seminar 2025. Now, I am going to introduce the legal fraternity, namely Vidhi-Vidhat. The name blessed by Param Pujyapada Sri Acharya Dev of Satsangee, Vidhi-Vidhat. Vidhi means law. Acharya Dev is input this word Vidhi. Vidhi in Hindu mythology is called law, who is uncolored, unbiased. That's the Lord Vishnu. The adopts the symbol of Lord Vishnu, Sudarshan Chakra. Param Pujyapada Acharya Dev told that Sudarshan in Bengali, Sammyak Rupe Darshan, to come see all around view. And Param Pujyapada Sri Acharya Dev given us an emblem. This emblem is lighting the foot of the Thakur. There is a word, there is a motto written by Param Pujyapada Sri Acharya Dev. Niti nidhi nidharimo babahara. And there is a swan, white swan. It indicates the white swan means unbiased mind. It means fair mind. It means uncolored. And the direction of the swan is upward. This symbolizes the upward movement of the swan is Brahma Swami. Amishi Brahmo. Brahmasmi. Brahmo and every existence is the same. I want to mingle with Brahma. And this is the two wings balanced. And the feather it indicates the balance, shamata. When the judges, at the time of delivery of judgment, must keep in mind the balance. Giving the justice toward the accused and also the victim. This emblem is given, blessed by the Param Pujyapada Sri Acharya Dev. And the next word, Vidhat. Vidhat means at the Vedic age, there is there are several eminent and elite and some judges that assembled there, and the common people argued their views, their demands, their claims before this board. This board is called Vidhat Sabha. This word Vidhat derived from the Vedic age, the Vidhi-Vidhat. Now, this age, the Vidhi-Vidhat, how to work, how to function, what is their mission, what's the intention? Satsang is a divine, is a spiritual world. Why the judges, lawyers, and law fraternity included into the satsang? Sri Acharya desires the satsang will serve every corners of the society. It may be in treatment and may be in legal fraternity. In the past history, at the very primary stage, when the Thakur Anukul Chandra come in the Calcutta, the then mayor, C.R. Das, Chittaranjan Das, is an eminent advocate of Calcutta High Court. He went to the feet of Thakur Anukul Chandra, take initiation. And also, he took the motto and the mission and the intention of Thakur Anukul Chandra. Thakur Anukul Chandra, Dayal, he told, Dasda, আমার যে কথাটা টক করে ধরে নিয়েছিল, দাসদার মতো এমনভাবে তাড়াতাড়ি আমার কথাটা বুঝতে পেরেছে বড় একটা লোক আমি দেখতে পাইনি। At a time of the demise of Chittaranjan Das, Mahatma Gandhi wrote the Young India newspaper, is reported in the year 1925 that C.R. Das is very much loved to his God, love Lord. And he told that যেটা আমি তার চরণে দীক্ষা নেওয়ার আগে এটা দেখতে পেতাম না, তা আমি জানতে পারতাম না, আমার গুরুচরণে দীক্ষা নিয়ে সেটা আমি স্পষ্টভাবে দেখতে পেয়েছি, জানতে পেরেছি। তাই সৎসঙ্গ is very beginning. There is a close connection with the law of eternity. Now, I will request that to the anchors of our fraternity, one learned advocate, Calcutta High Court, Soumita Datta, and learned Civil Judge Senior Division, City Civil Court, Nilanjana Ghosh, to continue the next episode of this seminar. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Now, the time has come when we may inaugurate the program officially by lighting the lamp. I may request all the dignitaries and our chief guest, please grace the dais so that we may proceed with the lighting of inaugural lamp. I would like to request our chief guest, Honorable Justice Pratap Kumar Roy, to grace the dais. His Lordship, please come on the dais. I would like to request His Lordship, Justice Apurva Sinha Rai, to grace the dais. I would like to call on stage Dr. Sarfaraj Ahmed, Dr. Shobhik Kumar Guho, and Dr. Kripabandhu Ghosh to come on the dais to accompany His Lordship. I am glad to announce that in this program, we have many other dignitaries and faculty members of many eminent law colleges of West Bengal. Mr. Naveen and Mr. Sanjay Das, please come on the dais. Faculty member of all the colleges who are present here, sir, madam, please come on the stage so that we may proceed with lighting of lamp. I may request volunteer to position the lamp so that we may proceed with the program. Sir, Dr. Kaushik Banerjee, please come on the dais. Dean, Brandware University. Volunteers are requested to escort the dignitaries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. In the era of AI, the importance of human singing simultaneously is challenged. I think all of we may agree. But I must say, human singing retains its unique importance due to its ability to convey the genuine emotion, cultural context, and personal storytelling. I would now like to request to call on stage Sri Vishwanath Gupta, learned advocate, Sri Amol Chandra Das, Srimati Mausumi Saha, Srimati Kakuli Palui, Srimati Debosri Pal, Sri Dhriti Sundar Lal, Srimati Soumita Dotto, Srimati Deepa Rai, Srimati Deepa Acharya, Srimati Shoma Dhar, Srimati Priti Patro, Srimati Debotroi Palui, and Sri Shottam Akash to come on the stage and to sing a song for all the audience. I would like to request all the audience to please stand up for a few minutes because now they are going to sing a song, Arjo Bharat, which is written by Sri Sri Anukul Chandra. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, all the audience.
এই তো নে না
our second song. And final dedication is this our all-loving Param Premamay Sri Thakur Anakalachand has explained through his entire divine life what he wants from each of us, how all the human beings of this world can have all-round well-being. Wake up, Arya. Wake up, Arya children. May the divine light shine upon the world. May the sound of the song of Vidhi-Vidhat be heard. May the ideal of Ekadis be the bright light of life. Crush death, disease, sorrow, and humanity. Crush the heat of sin, the deadly plague, the longing. May the spirit of creation, flower of life, the bright light of the path be a campaign.
जगो आया जगो हरे संतान मुखरित हो कृषि विधि-विधान। जगो आया जगो हरे संतान मुखरित हो कृषि विधि-विधान। स्वस्ति दिव्य सामगान प्रणवनाद में, स्वस्ति दिव्य सामगान प्रणवनाद में, एकावेला रश्मि भंजदित प्राण। स्वस्ति दिव्य सामगान प्रणवनाद में, एकावेला रश्मि भंजदित प्राण। जगो आया जगो हरे संतान मुखरित हो कृषि जगो आया जगो हरि संतान मुखरित हो कृषि
चक्री नारायण धर्म स्थापनार, शंख चक्री नारायण धर्म स्थापनार, पुरुषोत्तम विश्वरूप आविर्भूत प्राण, शंख चक्री नारायण धर्म स्थापनार, पुरुषोत्तम विश्वरूप आविर्भूत प्राण। जागो आर्य भट, जागो आर्य संतान, मुखरित हो कृष्ण दैवी स्वार्थ की सकल विधि, उठो जगत में शांति आओ, आबाद करो तुम जीवन गति, मुक्त बनो तुम ग्रहण करो श्रेष्ठ स्वार्थ की सकल विधि, उठो जगत में शांति आओ, आबाद करो तुम जीवन गति। एकाहित एक तंत्र एक मंत्र में, एकाहित एक तंत्र एक मंत्र में, धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष करो उत्थान, एकाहित एक तंत्र एक मंत्र में, धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष करो उत्थान। जागो आर्य भट, जागो आर्य संतान, मुखरित हो कृष्ण दैवी दीपक दान। जागो आर्य भट, जागो आर्य संतान, मुखरित हो कृष्ण दैवी दीपक दान, दैवी दीपक दान, दैवी दीपक दान।
जय गुरु।
जय गुरु।
I would like to thank Sri Shubham Nandi, who played drum, and Sri Sanjeev Bishwas, who is on keyboard. Now, we have come to the main phase of our program. I would like to call on stage C. Shochindra Mohan Bhaumik, first FTC. He is first track court. He is now presently posted at Diamond Harbour, to grace the dais and to say something about this entire program.
Jai Guru, Bande Purushottamam. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I offer my deepest reverence and pranam to the lotus feet of Param Premamoy Shri Shri Thakur Anugul Chandra, Paramaradha Jagat Janani Shri Shri Parama, Param Pujyapada Shri Shri Varda, Param Pujyapada Shri Shri Acharya Dev. I, Shochindra Mohan Bhaumik, Additional District Judge, First Track Court, Diamond Harbour, I am a member of Vidhi-Vidhat. My heart is filled with enormous joy and absolute pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to each one of you present here at this seminar hall. It is my honor and privilege to welcome the Honorable Chief Guest of the seminar, the Honorable former Acting Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court, Mr. Pratap Kumar Roy. I consider myself fortunate to extend a heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Justice of Calcutta High Court, Mr. Apurva Sinha Roy, who is also one of the distinguished speakers of the day. In the words of Param Premamoy Shri Shri Thakur Anukul Chandra, that which is laid in nature is law. He said, laws are not mere common sense, but also the sense of commune related with life and growth. Our Honorable Speaker, Justice Apurva Sinha Rai, will deliberate upon the topic, Law in the Divine Vision of Shri Shri Thakur Anukul Chandra, in more elaborate and penetrative way, and we will be eagerly waiting to listen to his words of wisdom. Now I sincerely welcome the other distinguished speakers of the day, Professor Dr. Sarfaraz Ahmed Khan, Dr. Shobhik Kumar Guho, Dr. Kripabandhu Ghosh. I welcome the learned advocates, judicial officers, eminent faculty members of different esteemed institutions who have taken the time to come to this seminar to share the knowledge and expertise with us. I heartily welcome all the dear students of different institutions who have made an effort to attend the seminar despite some of them in the middle of their exam, as I came to know. This seminar is a chance for all of us to challenge ourselves and broaden our perspective over the given topic. I welcome all the learned dignitaries present here from different fields of the society and each and every one who could not make it to this hall in person but is witnessing the live telecast of the program through different social media platforms and becomes integral part of the seminar. As you all know, in the last year, the journey has begun with the very first All India Legal Academic Seminar being organized at this very same venue under the auspices of Vidhi-Vidhat. And it was a story of great success with the august presence of honorable justices, learned advocates, legal academics, and the law students, and above all, with the blessings of Param Premamoy Shri Shri Thakur, the first All India Legal Academic Seminar was profoundly impactful and able to touch the hearts of many. Taking inspiration from the earlier year, this time when the learned members of Vidhi-Vidhat went to Param Pujyapada Shri Shri Acharya Dev to seek his blessings to organize the second All India Legal Academic Seminar, he not only gladly blessed and guided us, but also indicated what could be the topic of today's discussion based on phenomena of artificial intelligence in modern era. Artificial intelligence is no longer the stuff of science fiction. It is our present day reality, and it is fundamentally reshaping our world at a pace that is both exciting and for us as legal professionals profoundly daunting. Just a few years ago, discussing AI in the legal context might have felt abstract. Today, many of us who are in the legal field in diverse capacities do take the help of artificial intelligence for case analysis, legal research, and to automate routine tasks like contract review and generative legal writing. The police department is also taking help of AI to facilitate the probe into an offense. Very recently, I have come across a news on media that the Birbhum Police of West Bengal has launched India's first AI system that is called Samarth, which assists officers with legal and procedural guidance aiming to improve efficiency and accuracy. While there are real benefits of AI in the law, the technology also introduces challenges including bias, discrimination, and privacy concerns. Today's seminar on artificial intelligence aims to bring to light various aspects associated with the topic, thereby sparking thoughtful discussion and stimulating new ideas. In the next few hours, we are going to experience intriguing and thought-provoking discussions over the different aspects of the topic from our panel of distinguished speakers who are noted figures in their respective fields. Each one of them surely brings invaluable expertise and insights that will surely make our exploration of the seminar topic a fruitful and enriching experience. Our esteemed and eminent speakers of the day will share their valuable discussion and insight insightful thoughts, one after another, and that will be followed by a brief question and answer session with the involvement of you all. So let us not approach AI with fear, but with curiosity and a resolve to engage. Let us be the generation of legal professionals who did not wait for the future to happen to us, but who actively helped to shape it. There will be a short introduction of each and every speaker before they start their discussion and demonstrate their PPT presentation over their respective topics. As we set out on this intellectual journey, we hope that today's seminar will offer all attendees a plethora of insights, enable fruitful interaction, and inspire faith perspective over the topic. Once again, on behalf of Vidhi-Vidhat, I welcome you all in this seminar. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call on stage the Honorable Justice, Mr. Apurva Sinha Roy. I want to give a brief introduction of my Lord. I know there is no need, we all know, but still, he was born on 25th November 1964 and is the youngest son, former President of Bar Association Howrah, late Shukumar Sinha Roy and late Ulmina Sinha Roy. After obtaining LLB degree from Department of Law, Hajra Campus University, Calcutta, he joined the District Judges Court, Howrah, as an advocate under the guidance of his father. He obtained LLM degree from the University of Calcutta in the year 1994 and ranked first in the order of merit and was appointed as a guest lecturer in the Department of Law, University of Calcutta. He appeared in the West Bengal Judicial Service Examination in the year 1995 and stood first in order of merit and joined West Bengal Judicial Service on 10th September 1996 as a probationary munsif. His several articles were published in several law journals, including All India Reporter, Criminal Law Journal, Calcutta Law Times, Naya Deep. He is a certified arbitrator and mediator. He was invited to deliver lectures in the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie, in the year 2010. He is a trained mediator having 40 hours of training under Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee. Honorable Supreme Court of India. He has recently obtained postgraduate diploma in medical law and ethics from National Law School of India. He appeared in the limited competitive examination in the year 2010 conducted by Honorable High Court at Calcutta and stood first and was promoted to the cadre of district judge entry level on 17 January 2011. His places of posting includes Chief Judicial Magistrate, South Chobbish Pargona, Alipur, Register Recruitment and Management, Honorable High Court at Calcutta, Member Secretary, Mediation and Conciliation Committee, High Court, Calcutta, District and Session Judge, Bakura, Chief Legal Advisor, Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, Government of West Bengal. He was elevated as an additional judge of Honorable High Court at Calcutta on 31st August 2022. He was appointed as the permanent judge of Honorable Court at Calcutta on 26th August 2025. His Lordship, I would like to request to grace the dais. Please. I would like to call on stage Srimati Soumita Dotto to felicitate His Lordship.
A very good morning to all of you. At the beginning, I would like to offer my respectful homage to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra. I also know the prime mover of this second legal seminar is Sri Sri Acharya Dev of Satsangee Devghar. I also offer my respectful pranam to Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Acharya Dev Sri Orkodduti Chakraborty. I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me over here, and I also express my warm regards to the Honorable former Acting Chief Justice of High Court Calcutta. I also express my gratitude to the resource persons, Dr. Sarfaraj Khan, Dr. Souvik Guo, and Dr. Kripabandhu Ghosh for taking part in this important legal seminar. I am also very much thankful to the learned judicial officers, learned advocates, professors, teachers, students of different universities and colleges, the disciples of Sri Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra, and all the ladies and gentlemen. I guess you are thinking why this topic has been included in the list of topic today, particularly when the seminar focuses on the nuances of artificial intelligence, and experts have been invited to deliver their valuable inputs. To remove your curiosity, I would like to share that the present periphery of artificial intelligence shows that the world of science is currently operating at one of its highest point of sophistication and output in its history. I had the opportunity to go through some of the books on Sri Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra, and I found that His Holiness has established all his religious tenets on the edifice of science. His Holiness was very much fond of innovation, experimentation. His Holiness had natural inclination towards discovery of new things in life. In fact, I heard that Sri Sri Thakur had also given new recipes for pure vegetarian dishes. What I understand is that the satsang of Sri Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra has imbibed His Holiness' inclination towards innovation, advancement in science and technology. And Sri Sri Acharya Dev has very judiciously chosen the topics of this seminar in tune with the ideology of Sri Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra. I do not find any religious organizations to serve the society in this innovative way. I do believe that this is one of the greatest benevolent service of satsang towards this society under the able and supreme guidance of Sri Acharya Dev. Sri Thakur Anukula Chandra has said once, "Look, you may not understand what I said today, but even 1,000 years from now, you will realize how accurate and true what I said was." Sri Thakur had kindly given us 1,000 years time, but within a century, we have come to know about the infallibility of his vision. More than 100 years ago, Sri Thakur Anukula Chandra had indicated the parameters of ideal justice delivery system. Today, I can say with responsibility that whole legal world is now pursuing to attain such ideal parameters of justice delivery system. What he said in Bengali is that, Ashena, সহজ সরবরাহ বিবাদের তড়িৎ স্বস্তিপ্রদ মীমাংসা ও বিবাদীদের পুনর্মিলন আদর্শ রাষ্ট্রীয় ব্যবস্থার অন্যতম বুনিয়াদ. Sri Thakur has told, what is that in English? Parameters of an ideal judicial system: easy availability, speedy amicable settlement of disputes, and reunion of disputants are the foundational basis of an ideal state. Easy availability of what? The easy availability of courts, tribunals, arbitrators, mediators, etc. is necessary. They should be there in large numbers so that citizens can avail themselves of any of the forums in resolving the disputes. Sri Thakur Anukula Chandra has said not only that speedy disposal of cases, but disposal of cases by amicable settlement between the parties. Look, 100 years ago, Sri Thakur Anukula Chandra had envisaged that unless there is a situation, unless there is a win-win situation, it would not be possible for any litigant to resolve their dispute successfully. Look, today in modern mediation process, you know, win-win situation are the key words of modern mediation process. Now look in the third, reunion of disputants. Sri Thakur visualized that unless the seeds of enmity from the minds of the disputants are not removed, then there would not be any successful mediation or successful disposal. That's why he has visualized that there must be a reunion or the parties must be reunited. Now, look, the modern mediation aims at restoration of relation. Professors are there. So restoration of relation is necessary because the relation which was sore is required to be restored. So Sri Thakur Anukula Chandra has visualized this concept. Sri Thakur, you know, everybody know that today dispensation of justice is not being done only through traditional court systems. Dispensation of justice is now being done through traditional court system, as well as there are so many students, apart from traditional court system, alternative redressal mechanism. So justice dispensation system is now not dependent upon the traditional court system. It also depends upon the ADR system, arbitration, mediation, lok adalat, etc. So, after 100 years, we have realized that Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra had visualized this 100 years ago. So, you know, so modern mediation techniques have already been visualized, conceptualized by Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra more than 100 years ago. Now you know the arrest of innocent persons at the hands of police or investigating agency is very much frequent in our society. Just imagine if a person without any justification is arrested by any police or investigating agency. Not only the arrested person, but the members of his contemporary regarding the benefits of a compatible marriage and demerits of divorce proceedings. Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra disliked divorce and separation of married couples. His endeavor was to preserve the marital ties of the married couples. Otherwise, the lives of the children are affected. Hindu Marriage Act ultimately has preserved, has given emphasis on the preservation of marriage and its sanctity, and on failure to preserve the marital tie, the divorce proceeding follow. The present day lawmakers are very much worried about the custody of the child of an estranged marriage. In fact, though the birth of a child is considered as one of the greatest miracles of God, but the custody of child of an estranged marriage becomes the biggest problem for the lawmakers. Recently, Honorable High Court has issued one circular regarding child access and custody guidelines along with parenting plan. By this circular, the district courts are requested not to pass any decree of divorce until child's education, maintenance and custody plan is given by the concerned couple. In fact, the parties are directed to submit along with their pleadings what they would consider about the child's custody maintenance. They have to file an affidavit. Now, I have again on Vidhan Vinayak, it is said that শুধুমাত্র সংখ্যাধিক্যের অভ্যস্ত রীতির উপর নজর রেখেই অনুশাসন প্রণয়ন তৎপর হতে যেও না, তাহলেই ঠকবে। কিন্তু যে অনুশাসনই প্রণয়ন করো না কেন, সব সময় নজর রেখো জনসাধারণের জীবন বৃদ্ধি হয় তা কিসে। Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra has cautioned the lawmakers. Yes, it is true that in Parliament, on the basis of majority, a legislation can be passed. But if we consider that only the majority rule, it may sometimes give some problem. So Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra has opined that before making any legislation, the parliamentarian should consider whether the proposed legislation will bring greatest good for greatest number or not. So it is very difficult to describe Sri Thakur's vision on law within 30 minutes or 1 hour. It will take some more time. Now, I want to conclude our discussion within 5 minutes. I will take your 5 minutes time. Sure. This is Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg. Once Mark Zuckerberg asked Steve Jobs what should he do to become successful. It is not clear. Once Mark Zuckerberg asked Steve Jobs what should he do to become successful. A junior is asking his senior. But he was stunned at the answer given by Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs told him to go to an ashram in India, What does an ashram provide that a business school doesn't? Bhagavad Gita speaks of serenity of mind as the main ingredient of success. When the mind is calm, intellect is sharp, and action is brilliant. However intelligent and talented you may be, if the mind is agitated, the intellect cannot think properly, and action is flawed. No business school in the world addresses this issue. We, the Satsangees, or disciples of Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra, are very lucky to have an ashram in our lives. You know, we have our headquarters at Jharkhand, Devghar, where Sri Thakur Anukulo Chandra had established an ashram, and we used to visit the ashram frequently. As soon as we enter the precincts of ashram, we feel sudden changes in our mind. The atmosphere, the ambience, the serenity make us feel that we are in a different place. In ashram, we are taught what is good, what is bad in our life, what is to be followed, what is not to be followed in our life. I have no hesitation to say, had the ideology of Sri Thakur not been in my life, I would not have become the High Court judge of Calcutta High Court. This is my feeling. You know, there is no existence of holy blood of Lord Krishna, Lord Jesus Christ, or Ramakrishna Dev, or Mahaprabhu Chaitanya Dev. But we are lucky that the holy blood of our loved Lord is flowing in the veins of our Acharya Dev. And he is not only our living ideal, but he is our guiding star. So, at the end, I would request all of you to please come over our Satsang Ashram at Jharkhand and interact with our Honorable Acharya Dev and get the elixir of life. Thank you. Jai Guru. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we have to move forward to the another segment. May I call upon stage to the person who is currently serving at West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences as Professor of Law. Previously, he was teaching at Maharashtra National Law University as Associate Professor and Professor and Director at Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad. He has more than 2 decades of experiences as a law teacher and as a researcher. He is involved in researches interviewing the criminal justice administration, human rights, and human trafficking. He has authored several books on this subject, the latest being the Transitional Sex Trafficking and Integrated Reparation Model, which emphasizes on a human rights dimensions of cross-border sex trafficking between India and Bangladesh. His edited books includes Groundwater Law and Management in India from an Earliest to an Egalitarian Paradigm, edited jointly with Tony George, and many more, etc. Mr. Khan has also authored several research articles in journals of the national international repute and presented papers in several national and international conferences. He has also developed numerous training manuals and study materials and has imparted training to several functionaries of the criminal justice administration in India, including police, prosecutors, and judges. Who is he? Can you guess? May I call upon stage Mr. Dr. Sarfaraz Ahmed Khan from NUJS, Kolkata. Sir, please come up on the stage. May I call upon stage Deepa Acharya and Devotri Palui to felicitate Sir. Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you for such elaborate introductions. I'm indeed grateful to Satsang and the organizers. Mr. Jyotirmoy, who is my good friend from college days, so thanks to him, thanks to all the organizers for inviting me. And it's a small reunion. Also, we are meeting many people whom we are aware of from college days, including Sanjay and others. So I'm going to start my topic, or my lecture is on AI. Now, I'm not AI per se expert. Do I teach criminal law? So throughout my life, I was teaching mainly criminal procedure, evidence law, these two laws from last more than 20 years. But yes, AI is a thing which touches everyone's lives. And when it touches everyone's lives, the criminal law also has some strong relationship with the AIs. And we see today the kinds of offenses, the kinds of crime which emerges because of the AI. It's give the idea that what's the impact could be in respect of AI. So the topic which I given is the criminal liability and emerging offenses in the age of artificial intelligence. So the nature of crime is changing. And many times this AI is acting as a tool, is acting as a means, is acting as a facilitator of the entire processes of the, for the criminals. And accordingly, the challenge comes not only for the law, we need law, but more so, we require technology, because the technology can be countered by the technology. So luckily, we have three panelists here, and one of us is an expert from the technology. At the last, he will talk about it. So I'll try to give you the idea, the kinds of offenses which normally happen in the age of AI, and where we stand, we see some of the offenses of AI we experience every day. I don't think there will be any single person in the room who has not received phone call for some kinds of lottery or some other things or award or some kinds of messages which you click, automatically your phone will be hang and it should be in the control of someone else. So that traditionally when we say that people can do some kinds of a jadoo, now the AI, if you click, your mobile is under the jadoo, the entire thing is hacked by some other persons. So the AI can do many things. Now traditionally we can think, okay, we will not click, but now the AI can say, someone can call to my wife with my voice and say, I am asking something. And the voice will match. So that we don't imagine where we can go, to what extent the offense can be committed with the help of AI. So the AI as it's a dual use technology. So artificial intelligence, once an illuminating innovations, definitely it's helpful. It's an enormous support done, and there the issues comes is ethical AI, that how we can use for the beneficial purposes. So it has become, it was illumination, but now has become a potent tool for large-scale digital deception and economic offenses. So many economic offenses which we see today, it all resulted because of AI or AI assisteds. GRAME is organizations which report that almost 80% of phishing attack which happened in India, uses AI. To 2024, they have given a detailed report on the different AI-related offenses. 22,812 crore from AI-driven cyber fraud, which happened in India. A large number of people become victim of it. Deepfakes, clone portals, imitate government and banking websites. We love the news channels like NDTV. So one journalist was there, and she was got offer from international universities. Now this AI can do the cheating in different ways. Senior citizens, women, children, they are prime target. Many people's whole life savings are just simply duped by the peoples by using AI technology. Many times when they give some website, they give some information, it's look like genuine, and the people's being duped in that way. We have law. It's not that we have dearth of a law. So we have laws like criminal breach of trust, forgery, counterfeiting. Earlier we have an Indian Penal Code. Now we have Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which is much improved versions. Many new things has been included. The new criminal law, when we like BNSS or the Sakshodhiniyam, many technological driven things has been brought in there. So when we say the court system or court trial, see, all these evidences which being collected can be used in the court proceedings, but the issue is how to bring those evidences, how to access genuinity of it. So those are all issues. So even to catch this criminal and getting victims, these support systems, that becomes in AI tool become very difficult, because many times there's no geographical boundaries. Crime might be committed from somewhere sitting in abroad. Someone might be sitting in Nigeria, in USA, Australia, any country in the world, and they might commit offenses in Calcutta. So the entire larger issues comes whether our system is really cope up, ready to tackle with all these kinds of a crime. So AI facilitate those crimes as a tool, platform, abator, and even many times they are perpetrators. In generative AI's age, many things through generative AIs they can do. So the AI may talk to the people as if other person is talking to them. So there's a case called USA versus Michelle Smith. The offender, he generated songs and he generated huge money by falsely claim royalties of it and selling in the live streaming all those videos. So the question is how we can AI and we can deal with it. So techno-chauvinism, entirely rely on technology, or techno-realism, we must be realist. It requires both technology, it requires realisms, how we can address the technology issue. So we cannot blindly believe technology, but then if we have to tackle it, counter it, technology has to be there. Without technology, you cannot fight AI. So Indian regulatory systems shows an increasing reliance on AI for financial governance. But then alone AI governance, we require securities. At the same time, we require regulatory systems also. Black box problems, many things which can be done truly by AI. We have so many websites, so many generative AI things are there. They can create websites, they can create some other things. Multimodal role of AI in economic offenses. When we see economic offenses, AI plays significant role. So AI is transformative technological advancement. Now it's used, interestingly, the same technology is being used by the perpetrators, and then the law enforcement agency also using the same technology to counter it. So to counter the cyber criminals. Now, when this technology, many times it's lack human sensitivity, critical reasonings, and case-based judgment. So many times increasingly exploited for sophisticated, automated economic crimes. So the AI-generated crimes we are seeing happening in many parts of the world, including in India. So what AI do? This artificial intelligence, they become enabler for committing crime, perform automatic high-speed attacks, identified vulnerable target group where the attack can be successful. They can also judge from their own mechanisms by generative way how they can do it. So generates and speak fake news, create advanced malware and viruses, many kinds of crimes even committed by the AI. So like it's not only one aspect of financial crimes, but it can be other things also, hate speech, videos, more videos, you name the thing which can be created in the internet. Now all those can be created by using artificial intelligence. So AI used in the different stages of economic crimes. It's not only one stage. It designed complex transactions pattern to launder money, generate fake identities, invoices, records, platforms. It's enable rapid movement of illicit funds across channel. Now Bitcoins through which the money can be transferred from one place to another place. People can invest in Bitcoin and then the money will not be there in India. It can be somewhere else. So the law enforcement agency, when they find it, where they will get those for recovery and then send back to victims. When the money will not here, we cannot get the money from the other places. It's a compromise, biometrics authentications. Now the technology has reached to such an extent that nowadays in the airport you don't require to show boarding pass. Your face is good enough. Now when the technology is an enabler for so many good things, the same technology can be used by the perpetrators. They can get access to it for committing crime against the persons. This is all happening in today's world. So biometric spoofing, deepfake abuse, those are common. Deepfake facial spoofing, defect facial recognitions, AI-generated fingerprint bypass scanner, voice cloning, manipulate voice authentications. So many times when we have a system of voice authentications, AI-generated voice can match that also and helps in committing crime. Contact lens, iris spoofing, defeat iris scanner. So there are many, when you have a technology to bring some kinds of a safeguard, parallelly the perpetrator use the same technology to bypass those boundaries, those yardstick and committing crimes. Cryptocurrencies crimes is happening. It's happening to reserve the fund there. It's happening by cryptocurrency, they do commit crime. So there are 5 categories which crypto enable those crimes are there. So AI-assisted deceptive crypto advertisements. Sometimes the crypto does not exist. People do invest in the name. It's all cheating. AI-assisted pig butchering schemes. Some kinds of a thing you can get so much money, etc. And people do invest. We have not forget just few months ago. We were seeing so many advertisements in Facebook, etc. of the finance minister, some big CEOs suggesting you to invest in some shares which will give you huge return. And later on you will find when you invested money, you will find it's completely fake thing. You are duped by the perpetrators of those criminals. AI-generated crypto tokens, fake AI-driven investment platform. So this learning machine technology, they make lots of crime in that way. 2020, Twitter hackers to promote fake Bitcoin giveaway through celebrity accounts, and the huge dupe was done that point of time. It's called pig butchering scam, which happened, it's originated in China. So now rampant in India. Scammer build trust, persuade victims to invest money in those kinds of schemes. So AI generate hyper-realistic personal platforms, fake staff images. So they give the videos of like Elon Musk is suggesting you to invest in some of the firms. Finance Minister is suggesting you to invest some of the firms. Maybe Narayan Murthy is suggesting you to invest in some of the firms. And we have all have seen those kinds of videos in Facebook, in another account. So these are all fake accounts by which people try to deep in different ways. So the technology enables them to commit crimes, and the offenses are committed against the people's innocent citizens throughout the country. Another AI-enabled thing, digital arrest fraud. Many times we receive those kinds of a phone call that someone is being arrested, digital arrest. There's nothing called in the law digital arrest. But people are being afraid of. Many times they share some information, some website which look like a genuine, a website of those organizations. They share link of something which look like a genuine, and people by seeing those, who will not be afraid of police? So many times people think that, okay, their relative might be in afraid somewhere. When you're not able to contact them, they do the cheating. So the traditional cheating, the way it's being committed, now it become much more sophisticated. It look much more genuine when those people commit offenses. So uniform pattern, so those are the under 113, it can be offense. Represent AI assisted as well enable economic offenses. So through AI, people commit these kinds of economic offenses. Lottery fraud. Again, those in the online lottery, now to 2025 we got the act, but we have to see its enforcement, etc. But there are many those examples are there. So fake ticket, phishing email, predicted tools, fake portals, those are being used for committing cheating on the persons. Law is there. 316, 336, Consumer Protection Act is there. Now 2025 new act is there, which may be enforced soon. So AI generated winning tickets sent by WhatsApp groups, and then many times people ask for some money for the activated the entire processes and the cheating done. Job letters, etc. You got job somewhere, suddenly the letter comes. And people say in the expectation that they will get some good fortune, good job, they dupe in that way. Many times those letter, website, all those are shown as a genuine. The website like Naukri.coms, they are forced duplicate websites being created, fake website being created, and the payment link was made from there, and the peoples are being duped, cheating was done. So when we see these all AI generated offenses or economic offenses which happening today, there are many ways or many kind of economic offenses are happening. There are deepfake fraud, KYC fraud in the name of your activating KYC. Many times they get some kinds of password, etc., and they dupe the peoples. Biometric spoofing, automatic laundering system where money shift from one place to other place. AI-assisted economic offenses like AI-generated phishing script, create fake platforms, fake crypto coin, and the learning management systems, machine learning systems, written communication script by which again they do cheating to the people. So AI-assisted crimes, when we see, it's happened everywhere. It has a new forms way in which they can do deceptions. Speed, scale, which were unprecedented. Earlier, when the traditional cheater, etc., when they do use to crime, it might take time to generate something. Now AI can generate immediately fake website, fake document, fake communication, approving letters, etc., many things with the people's art. So human offender remain the primary actor, but AI increase efficiency. For the criminals, they increase their efficiency for commit crime. AI also used for them. So the growing concern is economic fraud, impersonation, crypto scam, identity spoofing, all those being committed. When we look at these categories of AI-related crime, AI-assisted, we are finding identity fraud. AI-assisted impersonation and detail arrest scam. AI-written phishing and social engineering things happening. Fake platform and website. Crypto scam. Job fraud. Lottery fraud. AI-written script for investment fraud. AI-assisted money laundering. Automations laundering. All these committed with the assistance of artificial intelligence. Identity fraud is not that we have no law. We can improve upon it, but we have some laws, like Section 319 of BNS talk about fraud by impersonations. So if someone identify himself as someone else and dupe, forgery of electronic record, 335, forging document, e-record under 336, clause 3. Under the IT Act 66D is there cheating by impersonation using computer. So we have some legislations which could be used in those kinds of cases when we have a KYC document, fake morphing, forged credentials. But remember, while we have those offenses, those who money is being cheated, if you have an experience of going to police station, how many of your complaint being registered as a FIR? I'm afraid very smaller number. So if it becomes so common today that when you go that your 80,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees is being cheated, the police will give you a letter where you write the amount, the bank account, from the phone number the call came, and they registered as a general diary. Though it's an offense. And then might be the same cheater has duped many people. They able to block that bank account where the money is transferred, but when they block it, sometimes the police officer will say that that account has only this much money, and there's a 20 people has lien them. So 20 police officer from the different state has put lien on the one bank account where they might have 2 lakh rupees, but they have cheated 50 lakh rupees. So those 2 lakh rupees, even if it is distributed among all those people, they will get fraction of the money which is being cheated. Now, technology, there is a possibility that police could reach there. But what's the scale? Like, it's happening every day, thousands and thousands. If we have the registered the FIR of all cases, you might have a 20 times the number of the FIR which being registered today. And we require 20 times more manpower for dealing with only these economic offenses. Now, that's not the justification for not doing offenses. But that's the reality, it is happening. Law is there. FIR could be registered, prosecution can be done, but in reality, it is not being done. AI-assisted impersonations, deep fake videos, it comes. Many times it comes for blackmailing. It's a mixture, so someone make a more videos and start blackmailing others. Someone may more video by creating some kinds of a coercive situation. So using AI-generated voice and video to impersonate real person to induce victim. Technologies, voice cloning, deepfake video generation, real-time face swapping on videos call. Someone else is calling, the video is come, that someone else is appearing there. So when you look like, when you talk, you look like you're talking to the persons whom you believe, but in reality, someone else is talking to you over the videos. Now, these are all possible today. So there's no guarantee in the digital form, in digital age or AI age, really you are communicating to the real persons. And that's the risk in every single transaction when we do. Again, section is there, 319, 318, 308, 66D. Like digital arrest scams, etc. AI-generated videos of police officer showing during WhatsApp call to worth and the 5 lakh rupees taken from the victim. Now, this is happening every day throughout the country in different places. People are being duped. How many cases we registered really FIR, how many cases we able to prosecute, the number is minuscule. We call it a dark figure of crime because the number of offenses is enormously high and number of prosecution is a very smaller fraction of total number of offenses being committed. So those cases where the offense is not committed, they're all dark figure of crime. It's never brought to book, or it may just be raised only with a general diary, nothing else. So deepfake voice fraud, UK energy firm CEO scam was there in 2019. And those voice video, they instructed to transfer 2,20,000 euro. And the amount was transferred. It was first major case in the world where that huge amount was transferred by making a false videos of a CEO of a company. And the amount was transferred to fake account. So in that way, you might think that, okay, if you're 50,000, 70,000, 1 lakh rupees in dupe, there are people whose crores of worth being duped by making false videos, making some look like it's a genuine and the transfer was done. Deepfake video of finance minister, India we have seen, everyone must have seen in their Facebook account that the finance minister is suggesting about something on some scheme, some government scheme, etc. And people dupe there. It's happened in Mumbai. National media channel was also being many times used. So video of India's finance minister promote fake investment. It is suggested almost one victim 66 lakh rupees, believing the scheme was authentic. That's in the report. There might be many more people who invested. Those are not recorded, where the amount is being duped by showing those videos of AI videos. AI deepfake of Elon Musk promoting trading scam. Now, this also happened in many cases where those scams are being done. So, they shows different celebrity, their images, and those celebrity images or their voice videos, which are all fake, being used as a weapon to influence the persons to invest on those schemes. So that's the serious thing, where you look like someone genuinely making those address to you for investment, but in reality it's something different. Detail arrest scam, I already says we have a law. So again, it can be used 319, 66D, victim shows forced money laundering FIR, deepfake police apps, etc. AI written phishing email and social engineering, this happened very frequently. So again, IPC, Nyaya Sanhita now 313, 337, cyber forgery, 366C, 366D, ITF, that will come. So bank customers receive AI generated email identifying to RBI alert, they click the ring. As soon as they click the ring, their account is being hacked. Many times they ask with fake some kinds of urgency, some kinds of a code. Now remember, these kinds of a fake fraud, it does not happen only with the people who are illiterate, it do happen with us. One of my colleagues in my university is a professor. Suddenly in 5 minutes times, 2 lakh rupees dupe. So the password they asked, code asked, and the money was gone to another account. How much money being returned? Another colleague of mine, her friend in a college in Calcutta, lecturer, assistant professor, money is due around 75,000-80,000 rupees. So it's not that the way the AI generated, the kinds of videos appear, the kinds of investment offer appear, from this video, from the voice, it looked like absolutely original, and even people with having a good knowledge, good all of the law, of the society, of the consistently having these kinds of fraud, despite all this, those people become victim of it. Their monies are being frauded. AI-generated fake websites are being created, apps are being created. And now because of these generative AI systems, there are many apps, systems are there where in few minutes you can develop your apps. You can develop your websites, and the people can dupe. So we can use section like 335, 336. We can use now IT rule is suggesting some stringent measures. So income tax refund portals are there. Again, those be used by the AI for dupe to the peoples with a government seal, collect user financial data. Many times these data are available. They use those data for committing offenses. Many times suggest them, they are from the income tax department, from the police department, from the other agencies. So these are all AI being committed. AI-assisted crypto fraud, Punji scheme. Now traditionally we know we have so many cheat funds, where the agent used to go to the villages, do some cheatings, does not require that much manpower. Unfortunately, I also in my young age, when I was just after doing high secondary, there was a finance company called Favorable Finance Limited. And being young people, we become agent of the company to collect money. And then suddenly, company gone. So all the poor agent has to fight in the street. Sometimes they are beaten by the local people. Now, the AI make them facility that you don't require to make those agent also. You don't require to share some money to the agent or some other persons. You directly, AI can generate everything. You have an entire manpower, a system which AI can manage. So the criminal, traditionally when they use with so much physical effort, now through AI they can run these Puji schemes through internet, and they can dupe peoples not only in one locations, but many locations throughout the world, and money will go. Fake crypto token generated using AI in Australia, it's a big scam. It was suggested over 5 million Australian dollar that being defrauded by doing that AI offenses. So this also shows how AI supported creations and promotion of synthetic assets is all being done. Job fraud, I already says, it's not that we don't have any law, we require some more sophisticated law, but we do have something which can be used. So 318, 319, 66D, now Consumer Protection Act also brought some kinds of criminal provisions, etc. We have case like Ashish Rana versus State of Government of NCT Delhi, where the fraudster impersonated Naukri.com. And by that realistic AI-generated payment link from that website, they duped money. So suppose so much unemployment in the country and someone make the fake website of the Indian Railway, suppose, and they make a link that, okay, they might give 500 rupees application charges. So in India, you might collected 1 lakh rupees persons, immediately they will apply for the job and say, just imagine, multiply them 1 lakh with 500 rupees, how much money you can cheat? You don't require multiple manpower, multiple energy, only one website. These kinds of AI tool can help you, those criminals, for committing offenses. So it's a very, we reach to the stage where these kinds of offenses are being consistently committed. AI-assisted lottery fraud, we see many times, you got lottery, or sometimes the website being shown to you as look like a lottery, and people being cheated there. Money laundering cases happening there. Cryptocurrency, again the felicitated, the money can be shifted from one place to other jurisdictions. The money can be traveled from one jurisdiction to another jurisdictions very easily. 111 of Nyaya Sanhita is there. Money laundering acts are there which could be used. But all those can be used when the monies can be kept in some Indian bank account, you can seize them. Or in the property investment. If the money is sent to some Nigeria, some African country, from where you will get those money? People cheat here, money run to some other countries. Money converted into cryptocurrency, money can be transferred to some other part of the world. So you don't have an option by which this money can be brought back and given to the victims. So those all chances are become minimized in AI age. Fake advertisements. We have a Consumer Protection Act, Section 19, talking about penalties are there when those fake identities are there. But these are all soft law. When the Consumer Protection Act, they have not imagined this AI generated those kinds of fake advertisement. It talk about when someone dupe consumers. But here is a completely fake thing that is being generated to duping the consumer. AI-assisted malware, virus, vulnerability exploitations, many websites, many companies, even the genuine companies, when they don't have a protective systems in their website in place, if their check is not there, they are all vulnerable to exploitations. And their website can be hacked, and through them the cheating can be done. That's also possible. So we can have Section 336 of BNS, 4G record causing harm, 66F of IT Act, cyber terrorism, if critical harms are there, that can be used. Fake review, reputation manipulation, that also happened through the AI. Legislative framework, what we say, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, IT Act, Consumer Protection Act, IT rules, which intermediary due diligence issues has been minimized there. Online gaming legislations are there, which recently being passed. Earlier regulation was there. Some guidelines are also be there on the patent, on the technology issues we need to look into. 111 talk about the economic offenses. We will discuss the legal provisions. My colleague will discuss in the next presentation. I just skip them. So there is a scope for impact of economic offenses, huge. Enormous impact which is there of the on economic offenses, general offenses, fake videos, fake identity, reputations. Things are going to be gradually, the way the technology being developed is gradually is going to become worse. We need to think about how we can address it. So these are large scale deceptions going on. Deep fake finance minister case, 66 lakh rupees from one kind of videos. That we say is recorded things. There might be many people who has not complained of. We don't know how much money being duped in that way. 318 of BNS, 319, 308, 4 directives. So there is sections are there in Nyaya Sanhita which can be used. IT Act is there, 66D is there. Detailed regulations, we know these rules is being implemented. Consumer Protection Act is there. IT Rule 2021, the intermediary due diligence has been further strengthened. So it basically to control the Section 79, which has given some kinds of ways of impunity for the service providers, etc. Lottery Online Gaming Act 2025. Modus operandi, deep fake fraud. So fake government portals they make, bank website they make, AI voice cloning they do, hyper realistic video calls they make. So these are the ways in do. Internationally, there are many efforts are being taken. So financial stability boards, which basically in Geneva-based organizations, which working on how we can strengthen the systems, how the cooperations could be between different countries. OECD given some recommendations how we can tackle with AI issues. Some ISO standards are also there for management thing, for risk management, AI management system, machine learning framework. So again, the companies can certify that they are at least taking effort to minimize the risk of AI-generated offenses. AI-driven forensic and combat AI-enabled economic offenses, that's another area where the fraud being the integral ways. So there's a many agencies which are involved. RBI has to take initiatives. Forensic science labs has to become strengthened. State forensic science laboratory has to be strengthened. Central CFSL has to be strengthened. We require that much manpower. A private sector institution has to be involved. So it's require holistic approach in which we require to deal with it. RBI has given some kinds of directions in 2024, which recommended early warning system, pre-transactions alert, suspicious behavior flag. But then again, we require ultimately the duping is done to we citizens, we the commoners, common people of the country. Unless this message reaches to everyone, we are not be conscious of the fact that there might be the other side people are duping us, cheating us. So AI has given new ways to do cheating. So use of AI, forensic science laboratory can be used. Much detailed, my colleague, Professor Kripa will discuss this at the end on the technology part, that how this technology can counter this, how we can the Center for Forensic Laboratory, State Forensic Laboratory, or universities. For example, at NUGS, we have started a course on cyber forensics, on MSc Forensic Science, so the universities can become a think tank to develop the tool by which we can counter it. So all have to play a role, then only we can able to counter it. So with these words, I comes to end of my presentation. I will only say that the challenges are many. AI has really bring many challenges before us. I try to give you some idea the kinds of offenses being committed. Now to address this, we all have to collectively fight for it. It's not only the issues of law. Every one of us, law, judicial systems, educational institutions, awareness, technology, everyone has to come together and we can able to judge what is fake, what is not fake. We need those kinds of things. Like the fake news, we develop some kinds of websites which every day, once the news comes in half an hour or 2 hours, they do some fact checking and they come up with their own statement, look, this news is fact. So we do require some kinds of robust mechanisms where as soon as those fake events or AI generated some wronging being done, someone can immediately caution that, okay, these kinds of things are going on as a cheating. But then during that time, because a huge population of the country, we don't know how many people will already been duped when this awareness will reach to them that it is not genuine, it is the AI generated. So thank you, thanks again to the organizer for inviting me for this lecture. Thank you, sir.
So please, 1 second. Thank you so much. We are all delighted here to get you here. I call upon stage Shraddha Meenal sir for some felicitation to our respected Sarfaraz sir. There are few books of Sri Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra from Satsangee. Thank you so much, sir. Now, on the next segment, I would like to call upon stage the person who is currently serving as an associate professor of law and technology at the West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, NUGS, which we called. He is also the founding director of the Center of Law, Literature, and Popular Culture, the associate director of the Center of Aviation and the Space Laws, and the assistant director of the Center for Financial and Regulatory Governance Studies, the Center of Competition Laws, and the Center for Law and Technology at NUJS. He is also a TDX speaker, a senior research fellow of non-resident and Vidhi Center for Law and Policy, associate research fellow at the Center of Responsible Artificial Intelligence, IIT Madras, a visiting faculty at the Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property Law, IIT Kharagpur, and at the Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, as well as honorary adjunct professor at the Institute of the Advancing Intelligence, AAI, to TCG Centers for Research and Education in Science and Technology. He has also served as Director, Increasing Diversity and Increasing Access to Legal Education in the past, and been an independent legal consultant with the various law firms, companies, regulatory bodies, and non-governmental organizations in India since 2010. His areas of interest include corporate and financial laws, law and technology, with special focus on artificial intelligence, law, literature, and popular culture, and companion law. May I call upon stage Mr. Shobhik Kumar, Dr. Shobhik Kumar Guho here. Please give a round of applause. And I'm calling upon the stage Shagnik Dash and Devotri Pal to felicitate him with the memento. Thank you, sir. Now come up on the dais. Sir, please.
A very good morning to everybody. And I, of course, thank the organizers for making today's event possible. This is particularly, this particular event and this opportunity is quite special to me for two reasons. One, from a perspective of difficulty, because it's always rather difficult to, be a follow-on act to one of my own teachers, especially when Sarfaraz sir, has expressed his views with such passion. And the other important special part is, of course, that I have been in part of multiple events, academic events and otherwise industry events for almost a decade and a half now. And this is probably the first of its kind, which actually features, as in among the audience, both of my parents. And I consider that is nothing short of divine intervention. And now, the thing is, when we start talking about artificial intelligence, and there is a reason why I'm not actually using a PowerPoint presentation, because of the fact that the purpose, the main theme of my discussion is how we can rethinking legal systems for artificial intelligence. And as someone who actually spends, most of his waking hours in front of a screen, I can say this with some authority that if we have to do more and more thinking, the less and less screen time is actually slightly better for all of us. So I will try to limit my discussions as much as possible to providing certain perspective more than anything else. How exactly the legal system and the AI, artificial intelligence in its different forms, are interfacing. Because it's true that today we stand at a very peculiar juncture. The legal historians, as in, I remember last year around this time, I had the privilege to participate in a colloquium at Singapore, where a lot of experts in law and technology, legal domains, and AI were there. And one of them was actually a legal historian. And what he said was that all of this entire focus that we are saying that because of AI, some huge changes are happening, that we are having to rethink, change our perspectives, change everything that law talks about, is probably not something very new or happening for the first time. You know, when we had faced, say, the Industrial Revolution, or when we were perceiving at some point of time the birth of the internet, there were similar questions, similar disruptions, because these are events which disrupt our society. These are events which actually change the way we work, change the way we think, change the way we believe in possibilities. And he said that if we actually study the way the legal systems had changed or adapted to the existing disruptions back in those times, we would probably be better prepared to deal with this new disruption that artificial intelligence poses. What is this new disruption? And I asked him a question that, you know, Industrial Revolution, internet, all of those actually changed how we act. But artificial intelligence may also be introducing a new element, which is who actually acts. Is it us, or is it somebody else who is acting on our behalf? So it doesn't really matter whether we talk about many of us are from legal background. We know that we have the common law system, we have civil law system, and multiple variations of both. But one thing has been common in all our legal systems. It is what, you know, people called anthropocentric. It focuses on humans, because after all, law was developed for the purpose of governing human behavior, human relationships, and human actions. So that is the reason why we think about it. I mean, all our penal codes, and Sarfaraz sir mentioned those so eloquently, they seem to talk about, they assume a human mind which is capable of mens rea, the guilty intent, guilty mind, whatever we call it. If we talk about our tort law, that refers to a human reasonable man, reasonable person, who is capable of foresight. If we talk about our copyright law, intellectual property law, that assumes that a human author is sweating over a canvas or a manuscript or something like that. But when we are facing this disruption that is posed by artificial intelligence, and I'm trying to keep all AI as a homogeneous thing, the same, representing the same side, although that is not the case, as Professor Ghosh will also explain in his turn, that there is this question that strikes at the very heart of our jurisprudence. What happens when this reasonable man, reasonable person, is not an individual at all, but a probabilistic algorithm? What happens where the author of this new manuscript or the person who has produced a painting is a neural network which is trained in billions of parameters? And what happens when the criminal, and Sarfaraz sir again said in great details how exactly the criminals can feature here, what happens when the criminal is a black box system that no single human being fully understands? You know? And that is the reason, I mean, my university is referred to as a place of juridical sciences. And I believe that today we are facing this juridical singularity, where the established axioms of law, refined over centuries of this human-centric, interaction, is facing this disruptive force of autonomous, opaque, and generative technologies. But does this mean that we come up with a completely new law which will only focus on AI? So I remember reading this old judgment from the United States. Justice Easterbrook had given this judgment. And therein he mentioned, he was not talking about AI. he was actually talking about cyberspace. That was the question which was brought up. And Justice Easterbrook said that, what is this? Why are you talking about this law of cyberspace? You know, when we take a horse, for example, and he gave this famous analogy, do we have a law of horses? No, we don't. But we do have different laws which talk about the different usage the horse is being put to. If you do get the horse engaged in racing, then we have gambling laws and other laws which will address that. If you keep the horse as a pet, then there are certain laws which prevent animal cruelty. If you use the horse as a medium of carriage, then there are transportation, then there are other laws. So why should we, if we can do that, then why do you think cyberspace, or for that matter, the same analogy can be extended to artificial intelligence, why should we have a separate specific law for artificial intelligence as a whole? Now, of course, one can say that just like the horse can be put to different usage, all of which can be governed and regulated, similarly, AI can be put to different usage. It's not only about crime. You know, I have seen people, I mean, when Google changed our lives, as in whenever we try to search for something, we have a smartphone, we Google it. These days, people are no longer even looking at the search results that Google provides. The very beginning of those search results, there is an AI-enabled summary. And people are getting their information from that. Now, because of these changes, I would say that, we have some kind of a, algorithmic agents which are capable of making decisions, which are capable of creation, and which are also capable of destruction. That somehow, reminds me of our own very, Indian philosophy. Something which is capable of creation, something which is capable of destruction at the same time. The thing is that our philosophy has always encouraged us not to look at either with suspicion, but to consider that every natural system is likely to have both of these capacities. You can use it for creation, for good, you can use it for destruction, and even destruction is perhaps necessary to bring something new in place. And our entire concept of the three-dev, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, is actually focusing on this entire cycle, life cycle. So similarly, AI can also have and does have this life cycle for us. But when we focus on the questions can therefore arise that are all these three different activities supposed to be governed? The AI that creates, the AI that nurtures, and the AI that destroys. And currently we have something like a regulatory patchwork. The 21st century technologies are often being considered, given this term called stochastic technology. Now, I'm not from technological background by any means. But what I have understood is that while looking at legal systems and AI for a period of time, most of our laws have actually been created or fine-tuned by primarily people from a legal background. And there were reasons behind that, because law itself has its own technicalities. It is only after, interfacing with AI, collaborating with people from other disciplines, and Professor Ghosh is certainly one of them, I've been working with him for quite some time now, that I have come to understand what, I don't profess to be an expert of Thakur's works either, but because of both of my parents, I have learned a little bit of it. And he has, in my opinion, the impression that I have got is he has always thought of an ecosystem wherein all the stakeholders have some kind of a symbiotic relationship. Everybody is important towards that ecosystem somehow. Everybody has their own contribution. And you cannot consider any part of the ecosystem in an isolated manner. So similarly here, when we talk about governing AI, coming up with legal systems, regulating different actions of AI, usage of AI, as lawyers, we also cannot do this in isolation. we will have to talk with other stakeholders, be they from technology, be they from other different streams. I never thought, study of languages is something, languages and literature is something that I'm interested in. And I have had the opportunity to understand how something which is called linguistics, the science of languages, is of absolute paramount importance towards AI-related developments, especially in the legal domain, because that involves things like natural language processing, how the machine understands the words that we come up with. I mean, if you had asked me 10, 15 years back, what is linguistics, languages all about, I would have said, well, this is something which belongs to the arts field, humanities field maybe. It is no longer so. Those boundaries are getting blurred. And we are now all being part of this ecosystem where all of us will have to contribute somehow or another. And what role can lawyers play here? About a year and a half back, the Indian government and the UK government had a collaborative exercise where they had taken, specific people from both the countries, and they had put them up at a retreat, and we were asked there, as in I was very fortunate to be a part of that exercise. We were asked that over the next 3 days, you talk with these people. There were only 2 people from legal domain in that group, and we were asked to come up with different project ideas that these 2 governments can work together in the AI-related field. And there were all kinds of people, people from all different kinds of disciplines and backgrounds. And one of the project's proposals is a very good proposal. All of us understand the concept of supply chain, how things go from one place to another, point A to point B. When be it food grains, be it life-saving drugs, be it anything else. And this entire supply chain involves large number of considerations, including management, including logistics, different kinds of supports. And it also is very energy intensive. A lot of energy gets spent, in terms of fuel, in terms of transportation costs, overheads, and all other things. So we are trying to figure out, all of us are aware of the problems, the very fact that I actually had to take off my jacket while coming up here. I would put into at least some long-delayed form of global warming. It's end of November. I should be feeling cold. Well, but I'm not. And one of the reasons is that global warming is certainly responsible, and we are thinking of how to make things more green. Again, something, living together with nature in a symbiotic thing, that is something which we learn from some of the most, venerated ideals of Satsangee. And the idea was how to make an AI system, this project wanted to do, that how to make an AI system which will figure out this entire supply chain. We are sending it from country A to country B. How to make it less energy intensive, the greenest possible supply chain. And the entire proposal was put together by 8 or 9 people. I was not part of that subgroup, but it came to me for review. And I had to tell them that, see, this is a very good thing that you are trying to do. But I must tell you that any AI system which you are training to make these decisions about supply chain movements, etc., has to be trained. They were talking about India, UK to begin with. So I said, this will have to be trained in the international trade law commitments that India has and UK has. Because under those legal treaties, we have some obligations. We are part of the WTO. We have certain other obligations, World Trade Organization. We have our own legal obligations for that. We have our own customs laws that we cannot go beyond. We have our own labeling requirements for different products. We can't go beyond these things. And if your system is not trained in it, it will tell me that the easiest thing to do is take this step, but I will say, I can't because this is not allowed under my law. So until and unless, and that's when they realize that, I told them that, you have, then I think the number of lawyer representatives you have in that group, in that entire exercise, is woefully less. Because no matter what new suggestion you make, no matter what new system you talk about, it has to be legally compliant, otherwise it can never be operationalized. And that is the role that lawyers or anybody associated with the legal domain can actually play in this case. Because you see, India today is not a merely passive consumer of AI. We are aggressively positioning ourselves to be a global hub for AI innovation. We have our Niti Aayog's AI for all strategy. We have our very, very ambitious India AI mission. So these things are happening. Now, if we look into why AI breaks the old molds, what is the reason? What is so special about it? Now, to understand why we need to rethink our laws, we must first appreciate why they are currently failing, if at all. The core friction, in my opinion, lies with two things: autonomy and opacity. Traditional liability, we have all, at least from those who are law students and all the lawyers here, we have all know the different liability models. Now, traditional models of liability are always linear. What does this mean? If a car crashes, we blame the driver, negligence, or the manufacturer, product liability. But AI introduces what we refer to as a responsibility gap. Consider a scenario: an autonomous medical diagnostic AI. And I'm telling you, this is broadly being used in Indian telemedicine already. So, it's misdiagnosed as a patient due to a subtle bias in its training data. Whom do we hold liable? The doctor who relied on it? Can't be, because they followed standard procedure. They have been told to rely upon this AI input and give prescription accordingly. Then the developer who wrote the AI code, the problem is that the code was not a problem. The code was free of bugs. It's the training data that was faulty. The hospital that deployed the AI. So somewhere we have to think beyond this traditional model of linear liability if we have to introduce AI here, because current tort law in India, we have landmark cases, Donoghue versus Stevenson, which talks about foreseeability. How much a rational, reasonable man can foresee. Duty of care. Now, think about this poor AI developer. It is not possible for a developer to foresee a decision which will be made by what is referred to as a deep learning model, which keeps on evolving even after deployment. 3 years down the line, the model I had deployed may not be the model which I knew. Multiple changes. So how long can I be held responsible for what the model is doing? And if we cannot explain that, there is also this problem of black box. What goes inside AI and what comes out of AI, what happens to this in the middle, we are not in a position to always explain. That is the reason why our research is now shifting to explainable AI, to responsible AI, and these kind of things. If we cannot explain why the AI acted the way it did, then we cannot easily prove almost any kind of liability, not negligence under Consumer Protection Act, not tort law, and let alone criminal liability, which requires a proper intention. Who was intending this? Now, the Indian landscape is not that we don't have laws. So I had this LLM master student who approached me and saying that I really want to do work on these deep fakes and AI models and how laws need to be changed because of this. So I asked him, you can do this work, but you tell me, why do you think the law needs to be changed? He said, because deepfake is a very, very big problem. I said, yes, but what is deepfake? And Sarfaraz sir explained in his session what it means. I said that this entire thing of morphing of pictures, morphing of videos, did this not exist before the AI wave had hit us, as in the common people? AI has been around for a long period of time, but the common people have had access to it, regular access to it in a short time. Didn't these things used to happen? I have seen in my childhood also morphed photographs. Different kinds of technology was probably being used. And he said, yes. I said, well, then there was law for that. Why didn't you say the law needed to be changed at that point of time? And he said, but, well, this is so much better. I mean, what he meant was worse, but while it works that way also. He said, you can't identify these days between what is a morphed photo and what is the real photo. Then I say, I mean, we try to use this Socratic methodology at my university. Keep on asking questions till the point the student will give the answer, instead of giving the answer directly. So I asked him, then what is the problem? Is it a problem of degree? How better the fraud is? Do we have such a distinction in our penal code that, if this fraud is incapable of being detected, but this fraud has 50% chance of getting detected, then you have different and kind of punishments for this? He said, no. And I was like, then what is the problem? Is the problem something of scale? That earlier, the time that it would take to come up with a morph photo or a video, whatever the time was, say 1 hour, AI can do that, through deepfake, AI can do that in a second. Is that the problem? Scale. Then using this, a person can actually generate maybe 3,600 such instances in 1 hour. Earlier, he could do 1. Or is it a case of scope? Earlier, for a morph photograph to come into picture, there were multiple factors which needed to be satisfied. Exact position, exact movement of bodies, etc. That is no longer necessary. You train an AI in different types of photographs, and you give up certain photograph, it will be able to match it. So is it a case of range? And I said that till the point you can tell me why is it that a new law is necessary for deepfake, I will not allow you to do the dissertation. You come up, look into it, you have to figure something out. Sarfaraz sir mentioned this point of efficiency. AI is making people, including criminals, more efficient. That's absolutely true. What is also the case is perhaps because of the fact that earlier, if you had to do X different number of frauds, often each of those will take you a long time to master. So a person, who have been career criminals, specializing in certain kinds of frauds, they would specialize in those kinds of frauds. And therefore, to have a kind of a racket which does all kinds of frauds, you would require multiple specialists, which normally doesn't happen among most criminals because, well, there is no honor among thieves. A lot of problems. Today, you get an AI expert and you get somebody to give ideas, all of those frauds can probably be committed with much, lesser or fewer resources. Now, that can be a point on which that's a problem that's before the legal system. So if we want to change a little bit, then maybe that is a good enough reason. And keeping that in mind, think about the IT, Information Technology Act. Sarfaraz sir quoted multiple sections from there. I will not quote that many sections because my focus is on the entire legal systems. I will just mention this one aspect that anybody who is familiar with the IT Act, that aspect has probably been the subject of many more litigation than anything else, which is section 79, safe harbor. Safe harbor principle. If you are putting up some post on Facebook, then Meta is not responsible for the post, you are responsible for the post, Meta gets protection or immunity. Now the question is, if tomorrow ChatGPT does some hallucination or produces something which is against our law, is OpenAI, that is the company which comes up with ChatGPT, is OpenAI an intermediary or is OpenAI a publisher? Because if he is a publisher, then no safe harbor, no protection under the act. If he is an intermediary, possibly. And the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, which has so far been in India the major ministry to have taken cognizance of this AI wave and these requirements, they have recognized this problem, this gap. In November 2023, and because at that point of time, high-profile actors, multiple high-profile actors, the deepfake videos and other things were making circulation. So the meaty, we call it, so they invoked Rule 3.1b of the IT rules. They said that every platform must exercise due diligence to spread to prevent the spread of this kind of impersonating content. Now, this was a critical moment. This was the state signaling that passive neutrality of the legal system is no longer acceptable. Platforms must now actively police AI-generated harm. The problem was, of course, that a lot of industry pushback was there. Meaty suspended the advisory for a while because they said that if you have to accept this, it's a case of innovation is getting, getting harmed, small players, small-scale players won't be able to do this kind of diligence. For big players, maybe. Small players, how will they do it? The amount of money they will have to spend, that will make them bankrupt. And this is also a point wherein our legal system comes into question. You see, we have been talking about, there is something called the Brussels effect. Because the European Union had come up at one point of time with the AI Act, certainly the earliest jurisdiction to have come up with a dedicated law for AI. And ever since that, there have been multiple other countries who are coming up with special dedicated laws for regulations for AI. The issue with that is, and this is something which I feel very strongly about, late 2023, the MeitY had come up with a subcommittee which was supposed to look into this AI accountability. They have recently come up with AI governance guidelines also, just last month. But what is common in that, when we are talking about the Western notions of concepts about harm, about risk, what should be stopped, we are forgetting the fact that the usage of AI for the purpose of creating solutions in a country like India will be completely different from the kind of solutions that the Western nations need from AI. Why so? Because most of their social problems, they have already an existing solution for their populace to a broad extent. They can use AI to make themselves more efficient. But think of the problems that we have. Our public distribution system. One of the most important things for a country like us, our ration system basically, without which our country can't function. There is a sizable number of people who rely upon that for their livelihood. And we all know that there are multiple problems over the years. The system is not very efficient. Yes, we can make it more efficient using AI, but if it can also make it more useful to our to those stakeholders, to those part of our population who really need this. So our need to adopt these kind of systems, these kind of technology is probably more, I don't want to use the term desperate, but we certainly need it more than the European nations do. Therefore, think about it, the kind of risks that you can take will always depend upon your need. If you have greater need, you try to take more risks. If you have lesser need, you try to take less risk. So the kind of things which will be, luxury for AI usage, if it is considered luxury in a fully developed country, is still a necessity for a developing country. Because we have tried to use multiple solutions, and many of those have not worked, so we are trying to think whether this can give us a solution or not. Therefore, the kind of liability regimes that we can use, the kind of things that we will dub as risk, high risk, low risk models of liability for our legal systems has to be different from the Western notions. Apart from that, there is also the factor that many of these countries, be it USA, be it European Union, or anybody else, they have had a completely, we call it in Bengali, there is a term, not sure how many are Bengalis among the population, among the audience, but phaka mathe gol dewa. So they have trained their AI models when there was no law. They have come up with all these things where we talk about Perplexity, ChatGPT, X, Y, Z, generative AI models and all other solutions. They have done it when there was no regulation, no law. So they have allowed innovation to happen in its own pace, and now they're reaping the benefits of it, and now they want everything to be extremely well regulated. It is not for our benefit only. Of course, regulation is necessary. Nobody is saying that AI should be unchecked. But the kind of regulations that is being demanded from us will stifle our innovation. We can't come up with our own models. Imagine a scenario, there was this cases, Delhi High Court judgment, ANI versus OpenAI. When it was held that ANI, the news agency, they said that, OpenAI, ChatGPT is taking things from our news media. It is producing its own news as a result of this, and people are looking at ChatGPT. They're not coming to the actual newspapers, websites to get news anymore. So this is a problem because ChatGPT is being trained on our data, our proprietary data. And chat and OpenAI says, what law is there that says that I cannot use your data? Do you have any law? We did not at that point of time. Even our DPDP Act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, even if that, I mean, thankfully it is now on its way to become a reality with the rules being notified. But even then, it's only personal data that is protected, not otherwise. So there are certainly agendas about those who are pushing ultra-regulation. USA, interestingly enough, has actually not gone in that route. Despite having the benefits, they want to continue the benefits. USA, the only proper, dedicated address that they have met for AI specifically was something under President Biden's administration, an executive order, and they have allowed their own innovation to happen. And I won't take much of your time. Kripa has to go after this. The thing is that most of these usage of AI, I mean, if we consider DPDP Act also, the problems that we can face, say AI decides whether you are going to get a job or not by going through your CV. And this is happening. Many countries are now using AI screening of your resume before shortlisting you. Now, or for that matter, Sarfaraz sir was talking about banks. I can tell you for sure that a good 40% of, as somebody who has actually had to work on this field, at least a good 40% of all banking loan applications, especially with the private banks, but also with the public banks, including State Bank of India, are now mandatorily being AI screened. So it's an AI which is deciding whether you are supposed to get the loan or not. Of course, you will get the signature of a human being over that. But the decision is still being taken by the AI. So a job, whether you will get a job or not, that will also be depending upon the AI. And the thing is that if we are giving up this kind of decision-making power or authority to something which is not human, question is what kind of regulations do we want for that? DPDP Act doesn't give anything. There is something which is called social scoring. So basically based on your footprint on the internet, what you post, what you watch, what you read, and your CV, scores can be given to you which will actually ensure whether when you apply for a loan you will get it or not, like a credit score, whether when you want to apply for some service you will get it or not, whether when to apply for an education, whether you will get it or not. We are not aware of this because DPDP Act does not prohibit social scoring. The European Union GDPR actually did. But the issue is that we get to see this AI on a day-to-day basis. We don't really know what it is. There is this sort of mysticism that is surrounding it that is like a magic. It's not magic. All the lawyers here, if you want to figure out that AI makes mistakes in the use of legal profession, sure it does. So does your junior. When you start, so do your interns. Do not think of AI as a solution which is greater than this. So if we do not have human in the loop, somebody who will look after the decisions made by AI, then the problems are always going to be there. You see, all the people say, don't use ChatGPT, it hallucinates. Well, the fault lies with the lawyer who takes a ChatGPT-based draft and submits it before the court. Would you do it with an intern? An intern has given a draft and you, instead of looking at it, you just pass it before the judge. No self-respecting lawyer does that. So why are we thinking that AI has this magic thing that it makes everything okay? Because it comes in an impersonalized form. We don't get to see somebody, and we have a tendency that whatever is delivered by technology, since we can't understand it, it must be objective. AI has as much bias as a human does, because think of AI as a child. Whatever you will teach the child, it will learn. You teach the child, Sadachar from the day one, it will evolve in that fashion. You don't give it that training, all of a sudden you are expecting it at a ripe old age of 30, 35 to figure out everything that Sajata represents as a way of life. You can't. It has been indoctrinated in something else. Maybe for some exceptions, it's possible to reverse their way and get indoctrinated, but mostly it's not. So the legal system, and I will end here, of this great debate, that some people say that we can just adopt the existing law. Copyright Act, we can change, give AI a legal personhood, or give the AI-generated work, say that every work which is AI-generated is going to be in the public domain. So legal solutions are possible within the Act. Question is what we want. we have the Indian Copyright Board. They had given mistakenly copyright protection to an AI-generated art, Raghav, the so-called Raghav controversy. And then they realized that they couldn't have done it because copyright can only be given to human beings, human individuals. Then they tried to reverse it. The matter is still pending before the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the person who had actually generated this art has now made 3 exhibitions in Bengaluru over the last 5 years of AI-generated art and has earned millions from there. Nobody knows where the copyright lies for those work. Product liability. How we can change it for the purpose of our AI system? If we can think about possibilities, we are supposed to rethink. So think about possibilities. What if algorithmic bias is an example of product liability? If we can show that an algorithm has bias, then it will be considered as a defective product. Criminal law, no point in holding AI responsible for committing fraud. The people who are using AI to commit fraud, hold them liable, because at the end of the day, AI is not doing it for money. People who are using AI are doing it for gain. At the same time, we can have the sui generis advocacy part. Sarfaraz sir was talking about this part, and how do we get to know new things? I can tell you that there is a new AI incident reporting framework that is going to come sometime next year. The government is now focusing on building it. Wherever there is any problem related to AI, how exactly that can be reported, how exactly that can be investigated and addressed. We don't know how it will work, but that's how things are happening. So these are approaches, but at the end of the day, there is this architect's burden. The question is not if we need to rethink our legal systems. Of course, every legal system is supposed to evolve. But how deeply? Are we going to do this, just patch the cracks in the IT Act? Or are we going to witness the birth of an alien intelligence that does not fit our anthropomorphic holes of intent and care and things like that? Right? So the law is a living organism. It has survived the printing press. It has survived the steam engine. It has survived the internet. Vidhi will survive AI. But only if we, as its architects, have the courage to draft a new blueprint. One that can govern the machine without surrendering the soul of our constitution, the soul of what we refer to as justice, right? I'll leave it and to Kripa at this point of time to talk about how exactly this machine is going to work. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I would now like to request Sri Ashok Chakraborty, learned advocate, to come on the stage. Sir, we want to felicitate Sri Guho with some book written by our Thakur, Sri Anukul Chandra. Thank you, sir. We have heard about the law AI-assisted crime and about the legal scenario today prevailing in India. Now, I would like to call on stage Dr. Kripa Bandhu Ghosh. Volunteer, please escort Dr. Kripa Bandhu Ghosh. I am privileged to introduce him, a short brief note on him. Sri Ghosh is an assistant professor at the Department of Computational and Data Science, IISER, Kolkata, West Bengal, India. He completed his PhD from Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, India, on information retrieval in the legal domain. He was an international scholar at KU Leuven, Belgium, and he did his postdoctorate at IIT Kanpur, India. He has been working on AI law topic for the last 15 years. His papers have received awards at the two most recognized international conferences in AI and law, Best Paper Award at Zurich's 2019 and Best Student Paper Award at ICAIL 2021. He has also published papers in reputed AI journals such as AI and Law, Springer, the most reputed AI law journal, IPM, and prestigious conferences such as CIJAR, ACL, EMNPL, the web conference CIKM, NAACL, CIR, calling, etc. In addition, he has organized several AI law events, including a workshop with an international conference, and shared talks that hosted talks by reputed researchers in the domain. He has been inducted into the editorial board of AI and Law Journal, Springer, the most reputed AI law journal, and is an adjunct faculty member at the premier National Law University, WBNUJS in India. Thank you, sir. We have privilege to you having amongst us. Now, I would like to call on stage Srimati Vidhi-Vidhat. Okay. Now I would like to call on stage one of our volunteers, Sri Vidhi-Ranjan Sadhuka, to felicitate sir. Sir, we are eagerly waiting to hear you.
Hello.
For information to the attendees, after this speech, there will be an interactive session. Those who want to put any question, they kindly put that question in the given group. Thank you.
নমস্কার। আচ্ছা, আমি কিন্তু আইনের ব্যাপারে কিছু জানি না, তাই এরপরে যা বলতে চলেছি ভুল ত্রুটি হলে কিন্তু একটু ক্ষমা করে দেবেন। আমি প্রথমেই করজোরে ক্ষমা চেয়ে নিচ্ছি। আচ্ছা, লেটস সুইচ টু ইংলিশ। এই মাঝে মাঝে একটু বাংলাও বলবো। আর মোটামুটি বলা হয়েছে 1টা পর্যন্ত বুকিং আছে, 1টা বেজে গেলে বোধহয় আমাদেরকে ঘর থেকে তো বার করে দিতে পারে। আচ্ছা, 12টা 17 বাজে। আচ্ছা, ওকে, আচ্ছা, ওকে ওকে, আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ। আচ্ছা, বেশ। এখানে কতজন ছাত্রছাত্রী আছেন? কারা ছাত্রছাত্রী? মানে যারা মানে লয়ার নন আর কি, লয়ার বা জাজ, প্র্যাকটিসিং লয়ার বা জাজ বাদ দিচ্ছি। ওকে, বাবা, অনেকেই আছে, বাহ। তোমাদের আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ। হয়ে গেছে, হয়ে গেছে। তোমাদের কি বাঁ হাতটা তোলো দেখি। লিফট ইউর লেফট হ্যান্ড প্লিজ, এভরিওয়ান। লেফট হ্যান্ড, অ্যান্ড দ্য রাইট হ্যান্ড প্লিজ। রাইট হ্যান্ড প্লিজ। লেফট, right. Okay, now your left hand is your right hand. Ready to accept the mistake, they are ready to repair it but not ready to change the instrument. What should I do now? I repeat, I have nothing against Samsung. It is just a real case posted. So anyone from Samsung, Chroma, please be, merciful on me. But I actually faced this problem with a different maker, and I actually went through these some time back. Is there anyone who faced something similar? May not be with phone, something else happened, and you called the customer care and says that there's no problem? No one? Okay. So I would say that you were lucky. But from a common person's point of view, I asked that what help I could get from some app, from some tool, from someone. It can be human being also. Because I did not know any lawyers at this point of time. I did not have a good rapport, of course. I did talk to them. So I figured later on that it was a violation of Consumer Protection Act 1983 because the product was under warranty. I'm not here to teach you law, you know better than me. And there were several prior cases, for example, this one, where similar situation happened, where a mobile phone was bought and it was under warranty, and the court case was filed, and the person won the case, right? What if, to a common person, when you face something similar to this, actually show to the person that there is a previous case like this, a prior case retrieval, right? This you use in Indian law. And this is a violation. So there is a violation and there is a precedent, right? This is what the lawyers want, don't they? But what if, okay, all right. And what if it is done automatically, accurately, right? Okay, all right. This is also an example of a real case. And I've been told that it is a serious problem in India. I'm not going to read out, but this has not happened to me, that I can tell you. So, again, there are multiple legal outcomes possible, multiple acts, multiple statutes which are applicable. And what if you have, so for a common man, so, okay, I meant common person, so I want to be gender neutral here. By common man, I mean common person. So there's no bias in me, you can trust me on that. So the same problem, and he asks to a lawyer. That is the ideal situation, right? If I know a lawyer, I will say that this happened, what should I do? Like I got a fraud call from someone and I called Shobik. What should I do? He told that you don't worry about it, right? It's just a fraud call. You don't have to do anything. You will not be arrested, and so I know you that you are not involved in smuggling, so forget about it, right? But not everyone knows someone like Shobik, like me. What if you have something like this? So pay attention on this. The icon on the right-hand side is going to get replaced, everyone. So it's AI legal expert with a caution that it is not wrong. It is always right. So what if the same solution is provided by this AI bot solution at par with a human expert? Is that possible? Well, that we have to see. But what if I say that the common person is not the only person who might need AI. So you see that the scenario is going to change. The person on the left, common person, is going to change to a human legal expert, maybe a lawyer or a judge, right? So suppose there is a case and I am a bit divided regarding what to do. Can you give me a suggestion, right? Of course, I will take the final call, but can you give me a suggestion? If something of this exists, both the common person and the lawyers will benefit, provided that the suggestion is good and important. So it is not that AI is getting used for the first time. So there are, these are some snapshots from a newspaper article. It says that Estonia, country like Estonia, how many of us have heard of the country Estonia? Estonia is looking to use AI in a court of law. There are countries like Australia, England, France, Latvia, who have already started using AI. This is what Justice Bobde said in 2021. And this is why what Justice D.Y. Chandrachud said about artificial intelligence, that, and I definitely think that is the way we should be thinking. Artificial intelligence can handle routine tasks, freeing lawyers time for high-value works, right? So, thanks to Sir, I came to know a lot about how law was envisioned by a visionary, right, whom we are paying homage to today. I'm talking about Sri Thakur, and how enlightening it was. So I did take some pictures, especially I draw your attention to one of his slides where he mentioned that Thakur envisioned easy availability of law, easy availability of solutions, right? Everyone has right to justice, right? What if AI serves this purpose? Can AI make law easily accessible to everyone? I'm not only talking about lawyers, I'm talking about the common person like me, right? If I have a trouble, can it give me some suggestions? Of course. That has to be taken with pinch of salt, that has to be taken with caution. And we're talking about speedy, amicable settlement of disputes and differences. You know better than me how many court cases are pending, and the case to judge ratio today, and we are looking possibly at a backlog of crores of cases. If AI can help us to expedite the legal system, right, that will be wonderful. But of course, I'm not here to defend AI. If AI has some downsides also, but this is the intention. So this is not what we need. This is what we need, where we can trust our children to play with AI tool. We feel that it is harmless, right? So there are some lawyers I know who feel, young lawyers, that AI may take up our job, right? This might happen for some petty tasks, but if you go back to what the ex-Justice D.Y. Chandrachud said, artificial intelligence can handle routine tasks, freeing lawyers time for high-value work. We have to remember that we are supremely intelligent beings. We are not as fast as a tiger or a gazelle, right? We cannot stand any of the living organisms with respect to skill except our thinking ability. We have been surviving because we are intelligent, right? So why do human beings have to spend their time doing simple tasks? What if AI does this for us, while we engage our intellect in solving the critical cases? Wouldn't that be wonderful? So AI is used at multiple domains. You just name it: healthcare, transport, agriculture, and so on. But AI in judiciary is not new at all. So I have citations at the big under every slide. So with some homework, I could find out that possibly the first AI system applied to law was Taxman in 1977. It was a brainchild of Professor L. Thorne McCarty of Harvard University, which had which solved a problem to decide which section of law was applicable for a particular case when it comes to US corporate tax law. It's way back in 1977. I could say that it was before I was born. And in 1993, the system called Helic 2, built by Japan. How can we forget Japan, right? And in 2000, they already had active e-case management system. 2000, I'm talking about 25 years back. However, how many of you have heard of this case, Compass 2026 students? Yes? I'm going to check, so I'm going to do another exercise for you if you are not paying attention. How many of you have heard of this case, Compass? No one? Okay. So it was an AI tool which was used by the US judiciary. It was actually used in decision making, right? So person was sent to prison by software programs secret algorithms, right? With special stress on secret. It was covered by the New York Times, right? However, there was a study by ProPublica which said that the system had bias. So system predicted the chances of a person of repeating a crime, okay? And because the data was biased, because it was found, perhaps, you can see the color of the skin, right? The people who were underprivileged were more crime prone, and so most of the reports had crimes reported by persons of the kind of right-hand side, and less crimes were reported by type of persons on the left-hand side of the picture. You can see the right-hand side and left-hand side. So, with the same legal background, with the same criminal background, the person on the left-hand side was predicted to have low risk, and the person on the right-hand side was predicted with high risk. Is it a problem with the system? I don't think so. It was a problem with the data. So, Justice Bradley took this stance that it was algorithm's task to predict, and it is up to the human experts to follow it or not. So, we're talking about responsible AI. Like exactly what Shobik said, we should know what is going on inside, which we do not know, right? Similar thing happened for heart, another system which was used in the UK, Victor, which was used in Brazil. I was quite envious that I did not think, it was my ignorance that Brazil was advanced, and I was corrected that Brazil already has AI-based tool being applied for certain kind of cases at the Supreme Court. I'm talking about 2020. So, ideally, what kind of problems AI can solve, right? So, so when I was trying to find a problem, a legal expert told me that, okay, so suppose there is a hearing tomorrow. So the person was an advocate, right? So there was a case hearing tomorrow, and I have to prepare my case today, and it seems that I have to go through 100 different cases, and you know better than me that a case can be 1,000 pages long. So can your AI, he used this term specifically, your AI give me good summaries of the case so that I don't need to go through all the cases, right? So you might say that, Manupatra and other websites have the summaries, but they were created manually. What about a new case? You have to invest certain amount of money to get it summarized by some people, and it might come 1 year later, okay, because it takes time. So how can we come up with AI-specific techniques? So what we did a mistake. We used certain AI tools, I'm not going to discuss that, and we see that none of the AI tools are good because they have been trained to produce summaries for non-legal text. For a legal text, especially if it is a judgment, it needs to have a precedent, it needs to have a statute, it needs to have a fact, and it needs to have a hold and reason. So here, it brings us to an important juncture that we cannot do anything which is beneficial for the legal experts without having a legal human expert in the loop, exactly what Sobik said. So we need to talk to the legal experts to know what they need. It's not what we think, right? We are solving a problem for you. It's not like I launch a product and you have to buy it because it is good. I don't know whether you need it or not, right? Many often we buy something which we don't need because it is just too attractive, right? So this is not the situation. So what we did, we actually talked to experts from Rajiv Gandhi Law School, IIT Kharagpur, and got some rules from them. And we incorporated those rules, and we could see, I'm not going into the tables, we could see that the summaries produced after the rules were applied were wonderful, because it covered all the aspects of a case. It had the facts, it had the background premise of the case, the prior cases, right? Final judgment, ratio decidendi, so why the final judgment was passed, all these, but in limited number of words. So this is a tool we have not productized it. Well, so this is one task which AI can solve to some extent. So we have tasks like statute identification. This might be useful for a law student. For example, you get a new fact, right? New case, right? And you need to go to the court, right? We need to ensure that we don't miss out on any sections of law which is applicable, right? So AI might tell us that this particular statute is applicable. For example, this is a case which is taken from Supreme Court of India. So it talks about dispute, land-related dispute between two parties, and one of the parties had their goons waiting for the opposition to come, and they attacked, and the person got killed. So clearly, there was some clear intention, right? And IPC 302 was the final statute which was upheld. Well, no matter how many problems we solve, the solution is not going to get accepted until it becomes explainable, right? So then, we don't want something like this, bail denied or visa denied, right? And while, of course, we don't want this in the court, we definitely do not want this. So whenever I was talking to a lawyer, right, so I told that, okay, you are doing good work for some time, but I'm not going to use your product. Then I asked some of the legal experts that, what should I do to make you have some faith in my system, right? It seems that the students are losing, faith on me anyway. So I remember having an online call with Shobik in 2021. We are in the middle of COVID, and I showed you this. So this is our system, and we can predict that 302 is applicable. But what is explainability to you? Then he marked this particular area. Because this area, according to him, this is done by him, okay? So he said that this shows the intention of killing. That is why 302 is applicable. So if you can build a system which can come up with the result with the rationale, with the explanation of why this is applicable, the lawyer might think about using it, right? Okay. I'm not going to ask the questions to the students that how many of you use ChatGPT, because you might be hesitant. Your seniors are here. So I'm not going to ask that question. But, okay, there is no denying this fact that I don't know what Instagram threads are, but it seems that this is by a survey that ChatGPT went to 100 million users in 2 months. And Netflix took 18 years, and you could see all the other competitors. In 2 months, it had 100 million users. It took the world by storm. People was using it without knowing the downsides of it, and they were using it, and they were, were they not happy? Okay, what about journalists, content creation, software developers? You have a bug in the code, you correct it, IT support, they are using it, right? And there were headlines like this. Colombian judge says he used ChatGPT in ruling. It's by the Guardian, a leading newspaper. And a British judge admitted that, yeah, it is jolly useful. And I've talked to many High Court judges in India. They said that it is good, but you have to use it with caution. Don't tell anyone I also use it. Okay, Indian judge. All right, then what we did is we asked ChatGPT. It was we did it in 2023-24. What penal code is applicable here? So most of the sections were correct. Section 302 for murder was bang on target. I showed it to legal experts. They showed that, wow, well. And about DeepSeek also. How many of you have heard of DeepSeek? How many of the students? Now they're raising hands. Okay, which means that you know about it, which means that you are already using it. Okay, and legal advice regarding the phone, it was also bang on target. I showed it to a lawyer. Oh God, are we going to run out of job? Right? I don't know. So what we did, in a work published, we designed specific prompts which you can actually provide to ChatGPT to tell you that which statutes are applicable and why. So you basically have to say that this is a case and please give me the statutes with a lot of details, like given examples of Supreme Court case and statutes applicable in that case. Your objective is to make accurate prediction and so and so, right? Not only it provides us good answers, it provides us explanation. This is actually there in the case. And this is generated by ChatGPT. In the fight, the accused person started inflicting injuries, the accused person. I showed legal experts, they gave 10 out of 10 with the caution that what is going to happen to us. Okay, without going into deeper, right? Let's look into what is prompting, right? So let's take a simple example. Okay, now I want students to respond, okay? Are you ready? Okay, let's see. So this is a prompt to DeepSeek. What sentiment, positive or negative, is depicted by the sentence, I love science? Positive or negative? Hands for positive? Okay, hands for negative. Okay, you think this is a negative sentiment, I love science? No. It is a positive sentiment, and DeepSeek says it is positive. You can see it's in bold. Okay, all right. Now kahani mein twist hai. Okay. Given I love maths depicts negative sentiment, and I hate dancing depicts positive sentiment. I repeat, I love maths is a negative sentiment. I hate dancing is a positive sentiment. Then with this knowledge, if you ask, which sentiment is detected? Hands, so for the sentence, I love physics. Hands for positive sentiment. Hands for negative sentiment. Yes, you got it right. So it is a negative sentiment because you have reoriented the notion of negativity and positivity. So I love maths has become negative, that's why I love physics has become negative. This is what you do, this is what you can do with the large language model. This is called few-shot prompting. I'm sure very few of you would have actually done it. So here is a zero-shot prompt for you, for the lawyers. Given the following fact, a vendor refuses to leave the premises of a university even after the contract has expired, identify the relevant Indian statute or legal provisions that apply, specify the exact law and sections under Indian law such as the Indian Penal Code, Contract Act or other relevant acts that are relevant in this case. This is an example of a zero-shot prompt because you are asking a question straight away, this is a situation and tell me what is the answer. But I can tell you if you do get to pamper the LLM a little bit more, right? You do something called role prompting. You say that you are great. Tu si great ho, right? You say something like this. You are a legal expert specializing in Indian law. You have to give it more context, right? This is what we want, more description of the task, right? Nowadays, the limitations of the tokens is also going away. You can actually write bigger prompts now. So, you write, given the facts of a case below, that is the same case as below. So, right, what is going to be the answer? So this is again a zero-shot prompt, but you have put more context into it. Now, we saw the example of few-shot prompt for the sentiment case. What will a few-shot prompt look like for a lawyer? So you write that you are a legal expert expertising in Indian law. Below is an example of a legal case with the applicable statute followed by a new case for which you need to identify the relevant legal provision. So you are showing it examples of a previous case. A tenant refuses to vacate a property after the lease expires despite multiple notices, and the statute which was applicable was Transfer of Property Act 1882, supposing this is correct. So this you are taking from a prior case. This is what you do, right? You take a prior case and you see that, you say that, Your Honor or My Lord, since this happened in the past, again, I mean, apologies. There's something called stare decisis or something like that. Since it happened in the past and it happened in Supreme Court and bench of same strength, maybe this would be applicable here, right? Right? So you take a prior case as a part of the prompt. And if you try this more often than not, you're going to get better results because you are giving it more context. You are giving it more context to think about. Bigger context makes this easier to learn. Simply you have few short prompts. You can give 3 examples instead of 1, 3 prior cases instead of 1, right? There can be customization based on the need. For example, you write, ask it to write, so this is not legal anyway. Write a brief text on climate change. It says, GPT-4 says climate change refers to long-term alteration of temperature, typical weather patterns and all these things. We're talking about global warming, right? But I want to explain this to my 7-year-old kid, say. So write a brief text on climate change on simple English like you're explaining it to a kid. The same answer becomes, okay, imagine Earth wearing a big cozy blanket. This blanket keeps our planet warm enough for us to live, but if the blanket goes too thick, Earth goes too hot, and so and so. This kind of customization is also possible. So the best practices for prompting is you have to be precise, clear, unambiguous. Put at as much context you want. Imagine you are taking the same decision, and how much context would you need? It's not only about statute prediction, it's about judgment, passing a judgment. How much context you need? How many previous cases do you need to study, right? You have to put examples. If the logic is too complicated, you have to break down into smaller logic. Don't ask the whole thing. Again, like this is what I generated from ChatGPT. This was not done in 1 prompt. I have to write 5 prompts. I'm talking about the image. And you have to use something like, say, role playing. But even human beings can commit mistakes, right? So AI also can. And this is a continuation of the story. When we were writing prompts, there are many cases where LLM actually failed. Here is a case where someone was killed because of dowry-related reasons. It only put 302, something similar to that, but it missed the article of dowry, right? So then there are a lot of other things. So this is a news article. Judge slams police for using fake ChatGPT legal citations. So use it at your own risk. So you have to be responsible. So I mean, this is a kind of system which we have managed to build. So given a case and the premise of the case, suppose we have some judges sitting here. Suppose you imagine yourself in a situation, if you're a judge, that I have this case and I have to pass a judgment tomorrow. Can I have some recommendations, some honest recommendations with proper explanations? Without explanation, I'm not going to trust you. So what if you have a prediction appeal is dismissed along with explanations, why does it think so? It might be helpful. Maybe if we make our model public and we convert it to a software, you can try it out, whether you find it useful. Okay, let's not go there. So the final takeaways is you need to have high quality expert monitor training data. If the data has biased, right, it will be garbage out. If we are trained to cheat when we are child, right, we're talking about the sermons of the Thakur, that it is important to take government officials from good family backgrounds. Thanks to you, sir. We need to have users of AI to come from good family background. They have to be trained not to cheat. If they are trained not to cheat, they will not misuse AI. Isn't it the problem with our education? The way we teach, way we have been taught, right? It's question of values, not about AI. Like AI is like fire. Fire can help you cook your food, right? Fire can also burn houses. It depends upon how you use it. Fairness is important, explainability, transparency, how you reach the solution is important. Maybe some causal side would be useful. And this I've been trying since 2009. To some extent I've been successful, but this is the reason why I keep coming to this kind of forums where I know there is not a single technical person sitting, all are legal experts. The whole AI community should talk to the legal fraternity to understand their problem, right? And we need courses, like possibly this is the first course of this kind, it's not an advertisement, where we need to train the young budding LLMs, not large language model, the masters in law. What is AI? So if they learn what is AI, it's not magic, it's not black magic, it's simple, right? You have to learn how to treat it. You have to learn how to use it. So if we have the young lawyers, to be lawyers of the future, learn AI, at least how it works and how they can use AI in their field. After they graduate, they will be part of the system, right? They can educate their fraternity. They can be part of regulatory bodies. They can be part of committees which pass AI regulatory laws. I can tell you that it might do a whole lot of difference where in a committee you have someone who knows either AI or law, as opposed to a situation where experts are educated in AI and law. Possibly we'll have a balanced rules and laws passed. And of course, this is, this is not an advertisement, again. These are details of the course, and at our institute, so I am from ISER Kolkata, like NUJS and ISER Kolkata has collaborated in having an online course. So this is online course, so there are some senior lawyers also who would like to know about AI, what it does, what it can't do, without leaving their day job. Of course, you are working in court, why do you, there is sufficient reason to enroll into this course, where you spend 2 years of your life. It's a full-time course, where you get to learn AI and other tricks of the trade. But if you feel that you are a senior expert and you just can't stop practicing at the court and enroll into a course. You can spend some time of your weekend, right? Some time after you come back from your office, say 1 hour of lecture to get more informed. Maybe next day when you go to the court, being a judge or an expert, where someone has filed a case against AI, against some AI tool, this I'm talking about copyright infringement and everything, you might be able to make more informed decisions because you know that this AI cannot do. So AI is not magic, right? So we don't have this much of danger from AI. So again, I'm not playing the role of the defendant lawyer here, but AI has limitations. I mean, we are much more intelligent than AI. So it will never take our jobs. We created AI, right? So it is a part of what we know. I mean, it can't know, I mean, more than that. We need some good regulations, and we need to train generations to be responsible. It's not about usage of AI, it's about using any techniques, any technologies. It can be misused. It is a seriously powerful tool, and we need to learn how to use these tools with a lot of responsibility. So this is not future, this is actually the present. We have AI and human collaborations going. We can have in the legal domain also, not through some harmonious bonding, right? When we are on the same page that, of course, these are downsides which we need to look into, but there are positives also. Positives will come out when the legal fraternity also knows AI better and the AI community gets to know law better. I'm thankful to Saptarshi Da, IIT Kharagpur. He's a faculty there in the computer science department. Shobik, I've been working with him since, I would say, 2018-19. Is one of the bright minds from the legal fraternity who believes that AI can help. AI is here to help, is not to harm the lawyers. And Professor Arnab Bhattacharya and Dr. Shubham Kumar Nigam, IIT Kanpur, Professor Rajiv Gandhi Law School, and many students. And this is a message that I've been hearing, that there are not enough female judges. The courts, we need more female judges, more female advocates. We may be missing out on the female side of the social problem. But there's a fact, maybe you know, that in one of the Sabarimala cases, there was 4-1 verdict in the favor that it should be brought down. I mean, women of all the ages should be allowed. And the person who opposed it, I'm not taking the name, you know the name already, was a female, right? So we have to be responsible, and we have to know about our social problems, socio-economic problems, and know AI and law better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon stage our coordinator, Mr. Anjan Bhomik, to felicitate few books of Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra to our sir. Now the interaction sessions will be go on. Sir, may I call upon stage Safaraz sir, Shobik sir, our Honorable Justice Apurva Sinha sir.
হ্যালো হ্যালো একটু বাড়াও, হ্যালো একটু বাড়াও সাউন্ডটা, হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো।
Hello. Sir, in this, the first question is asked by Ms. Neha Pramanik. They are all present in the seminar room. They have sent their questions. The question has been put in the back side. It can be seen also in the screen also. Should lawyers be allowed to rely on AI-generated arguments in court filings? Is a question, I think.
What I want to say that this is a developing stage. We have to see what would happen in future. So at this moment, it is very difficult to say that should lawyers be allowed to rely on AI-generated arguments in court filings. The question is not clear. AI-generated arguments in court filings. I do not understand the question. Court filings is different thing. That is the submission of pleadings before the concerned court official. Filing arguments in at the time of court filings, I do not think this question is not clear. However, we have to wait for a few years to allow them. In my opinion, I am giving this point.
See, I believe that, think about it this way, most of the any good lawyer's chamber actually works as a team, right? So there are different people who have different and specific responsibilities, and often when difficult matters come, they may even have a team meeting, wherein the senior, of course, talks about the possibilities and the junior gets to draft a first start, then it gets to another multiple rounds of appraisal, and finally the entire thing final versions gets presented before the court. The court is not somewhere where you take something AI generated and give it before the court. But if you want to use AI as part of the team, one of the members of the team which has given an interesting argument, then the job is for remember, the AI has not passed bar exam. It is not allowed to represent as a lawyer before a court, right? Although AIs these days are passing bar exams one after another. But you take that idea. If that, different generations brainstorming sessions, AI can very well be made one of the members of the team, and when the AI gives an idea, the job is for the other lawyers, human lawyers, to verify that idea, probe the different citations and arguments that the AI is giving support authorities, and fine-tune the entire thing, and then present it as part of a final version, just like you would do as team or other junior human lawyers. I think that's how it works.
Just to add, like we have seen in last few years, many of our students, they use AI. And we get project report. Many times people send some suggestions, something, comments, etc. Now we cannot blindly rely upon AI. The reasons being that in the same way, as Professor Souvik has said earlier also, that do we rely blindly the research which done by the juniors? Answer is no. So when an AI done something, some argument given to you, refer to some case citations. I have gone through some examples are there where you given Mr. Khan versus so. That case does not exist. A given citation, the citation does not exist. So there is a many time these kinds of omission you might find. It might refer to some legislation or some sections. That section does not talk about that thing. So the idea is you might get some idea from there, but then always do cross-checking, cross-verification, and you should not blindly follow, or your pleading should be based upon what the AI has suggested you or prompted you. So you have to be very specific. You have to keep your eyes here open. It may be an assistance for your research, which may give some preliminary idea, but whatever it given, you have to do cross-checking, because these are always risks. We find many cases where people refer to some case and that case does not exist. So that is the risk which is there at present at least.
The next question is asked by Mr. Nandan Kumar De. India does not have a single AI-specific law, but only Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 and Information Technology Act 2000. So, with the help of only these few acts, can the judiciary be able to cover the vast area of application of AI? So the question is, can be seen in the...
Okay. Question is not visible, but what I can, Professor Souvik has given you answer that point of time. If you remember, he gave an example of horse. Earlier we used to do work by pen and paper, etc. Now we are using the internet comes. Now AI comes. Now AI is a tool which is applicable almost every things. You just name, I talk about criminal implications, the criminal law, criminal offenses which are there. But it has the implications on contract. It has implications on the banking sector. It has another legislation, your money laundering legislation. So I don't think even a stand-alone legislations will serve the all purposes. It is going to affect almost every sectors. And accordingly, what we require is all the varieties of legislation, like Professor Souvik was saying about this, completely change the scenario. So it needs to be inculcated in almost all places where it is going to give some kinds of an impact. Professor Souvik might add.
And absolutely, apart from what Professor Khan said, if you look into the concerned ministry, which is the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, they have already said that individual regulators can change their regulations to suit the needs of the day and take AI, govern AI for this purpose. That is the reason why the RBI has already taken steps in terms of coming up with the free AI report. I can say for sure, as since I was part of the team which worked on it, that this report is going to be reflected in the different RBI circulars and notifications from now on. And anybody who knows the banking law knows that there the RBI circulars carry considerable amount of regulatory weightage. And if you look into the report itself, it is a very interesting idea of Indianness, I would say. And I found it fascinating because for those of us who are aware of the different chakras of the body, the 7 chakras which are supposed to care Muladhara, Sahasradhara, Agya Chakra and everything, the report is also talking about similarly the entire AI ecosystem being divided and governance being divided into 7 sutras. And there is a direct correlation between that. And similarly, the Competition Commission has come up with the Digital Markets Report wherein they're talking about how to use AI for multiple reasons. So I think the future is like that in the Indian context. The different regulators will have incremental changes in their regulations and the operable part of it in order to ensure, and even judiciary are getting trained. Like, UNESCO recently developed a course for judges all over the world. And as somebody, again, had to play a very small role in it, we found how exactly the judges are getting benefited when these kind of trainings are being given to them, because it's not the absence of law or substantive law as such. It's more about how to apply the existing laws we have to situations which are created by AI. For that, specific training may be necessary, specific awareness may be necessary, not that much about that we have to come up with an entire sui generis system of law as such.
Thank you for the answer. Now the next question is specifically put to speaker number 4, Dr. Professor Ghosh. What ethical and legal obligations do engineers have when relying on AI recommendations for design, material selection, or safety assessment? This question comes from Mr. Obhirup Sarkar, who defines himself as a civil engineer.
Okay, so this is a deep-rooted question. So you are talking about.
So the first question is,
Okay.
what ethical and legal obligations do engineers have when relying on AI recommendations for design, material selection, or safety assessment?
Okay. So I am not aware of the protocol which is followed in the companies, because when I was in corporate, generative AI was not used that much. So now what I would imagine is the end responsibility is yours. Whether you are used AI in between, whether you have produced a code, for example, or a software, right, which was partly written by AI. But when you are submitting it, it is your responsibility. If someone finds out that it was plagiarized, because I can tell you what goes on inside ChatGPT or something else, not on all applications, but mostly it is a retrieval system, right? What it does, when you ask it a question, it will look for the familiar resources. So it is similar to what Google does. It searches whatever is there, it will pick up something, and it will possibly produce a version of its own and add its own reasoning to it. So if it has picked up someone else's information without, say, Creative Commons license, say, as an example, then that person who is submitting it might be in trouble. So the person has to be mindful of this.
Yeah, speaking as someone who has actually helped draft a few engineering contracts and project finance related matters in this case, I think the way this is going to work, and the government has also taken a clear step, is the implementation of sector specific standards and audits. So the algorithmic audit and the ISO standards which are being included now will clearly mention that in your disclosure requirements, where I am using AI in coming up with my output. And if so, whether the contribution of the AI reaches a certain level, and if that is adhering to the specific standards. Now, when I am, say, if a company is undertaking this, then the ultimate ownership rests with the company. So the company has the obligation to check and cross-check AI recommendations against industry standards. Similarly, the company will be relying upon, say, the key engineer for this purpose. When they are signing a document, it is their responsibility to check any recommendations that they're following against the applicable sectoral standard. So that is a very contractually established fact, without which they're going to attract liability. That's how it's going to work.
So the next question is, there are few questions of this type, so I'm putting one question. How can anyone through bare eyes or being a common person distinguish AI-generated link for payment made only for fraud? Perhaps he wants to distinguish by seeing whether two links can be distinguished, one made for committing fraud and another is an innocent one, real fraud.
Yeah, even I must say that I don't know for sure. So there is a particular, I would say, class of algorithms in artificial intelligence that's called classification, or say a prediction task. You might have heard about these terms. What it does is it looks into some links which are genuine and links which are fraudulent, and it turns to tries to learn some feature level, say, differences. For example, say, maybe I don't want to use too much technical terms, but like, is it a safe domain? Say, HTTP, HTTPS. So these are some of the features which are enough to identify. For example, I have Truecaller on my phone, and it will come up with red that it is possibly fraudulent because it is not coming from a verified service producer, provider. When you get a link for completing a payment, automatically there are softwares installed in your smartphone which are trained on this kind of information, what a fraudulent link might look like. They are different. Software would know, and they would raise some alarm that this might be fraudulent. So this is actually what is done internally.
So the following question is perhaps very interesting, and it may, can AI tools used to detect AI fraud?
Yes, that is what I answered.
I
So
think
AI is a tool. So AI is a tool to generate fraud. AI is a tool to detect fraud also. For that, like, I mean, how we learn. We know that this is a good apple, this is a bad apple. So we take multiple samples of good apples, we take multiple samples of bad apples, we say, get some idea of what features should it have, what characteristics should it have to be good, right? We know, so it should not be too smelly, right? So we know that, we just have been looking at the texture of it. So these kind of features are learned by the systems, and they will identify that this is a feature which is coming from a fraudulent link. And that is how it is done.
So maybe we, the humans, will one day develop AI to understand how the differences can be detected.
And no, it is, that differential feature is already there. And if you look into all the banks are now investing a substantial resources into AI-based fraud detection mechanisms. Like, it's not only about the links itself. If there are commands, backend commands which are being used, say for example, you click on a link and all of a sudden a substantial amount of money tries to go away from your account. Now, but that kind of transfer is not commensurate with your regular spending patterns, your credit cards usage and other things. Then the bank is actually having a separate safety option measure that it will ask you for separate verification that, what you are doing is not really how you transact. So can we confirm that this is what you are trying to do? Of course, this has the downside that some of your transactions will take a little bit of time. But at the end of the day, diligence requires time. You cannot conduct immediate diligence. If you could have done that, then it can't have both sets of things actually. So that is the reason, like for example, or many of us might have faced this problem that who send regular emails, especially through smartphones and all, before you finish the email, or all of a sudden right after hitting the send button, you realize, no, this has gone to a wrong extent or somebody has not been copied. For example, for them, Gmail has this actual function that all of your emails will be sent only 5 minutes later. You can schedule it. So that during this 5 minutes, even after sending, you want to take it back or make some changes, you can. But that's the thing these are inbuilt systemic safeguards as such, guardrails.
So only AI cannot help. The consumers need to be responsible too. Like you might have heard to, Mr. Bachchan saying that Jankar baniye. So these kind of banks never, these kind of bank people will never call and ask you, OTPs. If you are foolish enough to share your OTPs, nobody is going to be responsible for that. So you have to be aware that this is not the right way of transaction. Even I know some, I would say, educated people have done this, but this is a basic level of, awareness we should have, right? Otherwise, no one is going to stop this. I'm sorry if I have said something wrong, but this is the fact. It has to go hand in hand. That's why I showed you this picture, right? A human hand and AI hand, they have to come together. Only AI is not going to solve this. Thank you.
So due to paucity of time, we will be taking the last question. And the question will be put in the screens. But in general, I would like to reframe the question that how and what are the avenues through which practicing lawyers can get benefits of AI, maybe in their field of drafting, maybe in their field of research. These are the questions raised. So if... Already discussed. Yes, already discussed. But if there may be any specific, they may go under any course, maybe something else.
Our resource persons have elaborately discussed on these issues. So I do not know whether anything, do you want to add anything?
One thing maybe, most of it, as we said, for the purpose of research, how AI can be used as a research tool for a lawyer, on that we have had discussions. But there are also certain, commercial aspects of lawyering as a separate profession that AI can help out with, like for example, case management systems. For individual lawyers who can't afford a clerk immediately when they're starting, or they can't afford to build a research library good enough. There are AI solutions which are being created for individual lawyers as well as law firms for both of those cases, and people can try that. And one of the eventually, I think one thing is going to happen is, this is something which all of us have seen who visit hospitals, that say junior doctors actually get some case history from us, and then the senior doctor looks into it. So there can be scenarios which are being developed right now where the AI can play the role of a junior lawyer who will be asking the basic questions, and based on that, people can see. This will especially help those who don't have that much resources, free legal aid clinics, etc., where bulk clients will have to be handled. These things can help. And there are, of course, similar courses which are being developed. I'm not naming anything.
So I know a lawyer who admitted that he has improved in his profession through the use of these AI tools, because he came from a vernacular school. In higher courts, I believe most of these proceedings, most of these debates are done in English, at least you have to write in English, right? The person knows very good law. Knowledge of law is solid, but the person is not able to write well in English, right? There are many such people, I'm sure. So now he was telling me a story that I used to go court with a lot of fear that I will not be able to speak English and my draft will have a lot of mistakes. And judge, sir will say that come back next day. If you submit this, you are going to lose the case. Now the same judge is now praising that person. Oh, you have used ChatGPT use করেছো, তাই না? কিন্তু ভালো হয়েছে. So the main draft was written by him, but the English and all these things have been corrected. And then he have been changed it again. But you see that has added a skill. That has basically that is skill augmentation. That person, it will be very difficult for any person who is like 25, 26 years old to learn a language from the scratch. So it takes us 10, 15 years to learn a language, right? So this kind of help with a lot of responsibility, of course. After AI generates something, you correct it and see if it is correct. If I can produce it in the code, don't use it blindly. This can, this is definitely be a help to a lot of people in multiple professions where they have to use a language in which they are not comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the eminent speakers. But my request, please kindly be seated here. May I call up on stage our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Pratap Kumar Rai, sorry, my mistake. Pardon, sir. Former acting Chief Justice. Former acting Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court. Sir, please come on the stage. For concluding speech, we are waiting. And to felicitate him, Mr. Jyotirmoy Dash will felicitate him.
My pranam to Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra. I am the disciple of Sri Thakur. I met Sri Thakur. I saw Sri Thakur in the year 1968. And when my mother prayed to Sri Thakur about how my son will be like this. I was at that time a student of BSc. with honors in math and so. So Thakur answered, yes, it will be very good. He will be a very good boy, a very man in the future. This I remember today, still today. Thakur is no more, but Thakur's voice, Thakur's writings all are here to help us. Actually, as a judge, I also consider the Thakur's writings and direction and different dictum, how a judgment to be delivered. Actually, I saw the both sides of the coin. That means, as a lawyer, I practiced in High Court, then a senior advocate, thereafter elevation as a judge. So this side and that side, that was known to me. When we, as a lawyer, we used to prepare our brief, we always used to concentrate our mind with reference to the problem of my client. But when as a judge, we have to decide the rival contentions also of the both sides, and thereby to take a decision. And in this decision-making process, it requires an elaborate consideration of different situations, the behavioral pattern of the parties, their actual issue involved, and thereby to balance the judgment. It requires a balancing, and that is the main theme. And even in the statutory interpretation also, there is a maxim that we have to consider the issue by balancing the system. In our universe also, we are living everything balancing. Even the earth is on balance. Even there is a minute change of any rotational path even for a second, then there will be an entire earth and universe will fall. So this balancing system is everywhere, and Thakur in the book Message, Thakur delivered this message orally, and someone has taken note of it, and Thakur in very nice language used this, how the justice to be rendered. Thakur's opinion, apt, equitable decision in any affair is justice. So that is the justice, equitable decision. There is a, in Bengali it is called that Laghu Pape Gurudondo. There should not be any major punishment for the minor defect. And even in between the parties concerned, the cases to be decided considering his socio-economic condition, socio-genetical consideration, and also their outlook in respect of the society is concerned. A man naturally is not born as a criminal. A man is not born with an antisocial. But this society is responsible for their such change. Their parental care, they got no parental care properly. And this ultimately, he, when grown up, comes to the society and also not getting any response from the society, which is called social response to reform him. The resultant effect is that he becomes the antisocial and hatred. He getting everywhere, he is being hated by the people. But Thakur was opposing this. Thakur always said that you must approach the issue in the humanitarian ground. Thakur always used that you should hate the sin, but should not hate the sinner. And Thakur used to develop a sinner as a good man, is a profitable man of the society. That is the magic in the Thakur's view. Thakur used to take all persons together. He may be a he's a wrong man, but as soon as he comes to the contact of the Thakur, there is a change. Thakur has a magnetic powers. This is also called as in magnetic power, and in this magnetic power zone, when somebody comes, automatically his all sins are being rectified. He becomes a good man, good person, and beneficial for the society. It's this attraction of the Thakur was so powerful that people used to obey the Thakur as per his own choice, not the command, not the dictum. Thakur's language also very soft. He used to call the persons very nicely. So there is actually man-making ideas are there in the Thakur, in the Satsang, in Devghar. And as a judge also, I always remember these all lessons. Even my brother judge, he also has taken an oath when his service was confirmed, Justice Apurva Sinha. So he also took the oath in the name of the Thakur. Actually, I heard it in the television because I am not going to the court now. So really, Thakur is a man-making. If you have a come and touch with the Thakur, he will inspire. Now, today's discussion I held, that's a very beneficial for the lawyers, judges, and everyone, persons of the society. Really, an artificial intelligence is in the field, but there is no fear of it, because artificial intelligence cannot take a decision in his own way. Decision-making process is something different. A human being can decide that because he considers different vision, different angles, and different aptitude, depth, its consequential effect, all these. But an AI only thinks about the algorithms which has been, how he has been fed. What the human beings have given to him and put all these algorithms there, he's acting in that way. So there is no fear of this artificial intelligence, but there is one fear, particularly to the developing nations or underdeveloped nations. There is a fear for artificial intelligence about the loss of employment. In the manual work, if we can engage the artificial intelligence, but a manpower will be lost. There will be no service for a person concerned. That is practically the problem to the developing countries as well as the underdeveloped countries. I was reading in the newspaper that in the Madras police station, there was the service of a receptionist. And there they experienced by engaging one artificial intelligent person there. It's a completely artificial intelligent covered. He dressed like a police and all this like a receptionist. And when whoever is coming, and he answered, what do you want, where we'll go, what you expect, everything. Like that job of a receptionist. But then the resultant effect happened. The resultant effect is that the service of the receptionist, there was a loss of a service. So that practically we cannot consider it, because that is our problem. That problem to be solved. So artificial intelligence, we have to use it as one learned speaker has told one, that it is like a fire. How you will use it? You can use it for beneficial purpose of the society or for destructive purpose of the society. So like that, AI also to be used in that way. So this today's meeting really is a successful issue on that point. I have also learned many things about artificial intelligence. So thanks to the organizer, thanks to all of you who attended and who heard the speakers in different angles. They described this, they are all the scholars. my thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please be seated. And now to conclude the sessions, the seminar of this seminar, second All India Legal Academic Seminar, may I call upon stage our respected Mr. Mrinal Kanti Bishwas, convener.
Now, we are going to conclude this second All India Legal Academic Seminar 2025. We are very much obliged and grateful to all of you, the honorable judges, respected speakers, distinguished guests and dignitaries, members of the Vidhi-Vidhat and participants in this seminar. And also thanks to the authorities of this auditorium, Mahajati Sadan, Kolkata. Technical persons, including the sound and light, and also thanks to the authorities of Kolkata Municipal Corporation, polices and traffic polices. Now I am ending the seminar by pronouncing Bande Purushottamam Dhoni by one of our coordinator, Mr. Anjan Bhaumik. And may I request all the participants to stand up and second the same.
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Param Premamay Sri Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra Ji ki
Jai.
Param Premamay Sri Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra Ji ki
Jai.
Param Premamay Sri Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra Ji ki
Jai.
Paramaradha Jagat Janani Sri Sri Barma ki
Jai.
Paramaradha Jagat Janani Sri Sri Barma ki
Jai.
Paramaradha Jagat Janani Sri Sri Barma ki
Jai.
Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Barda ki
Jai.
Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Barda ki
Jai.
Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Barda ki
Jai.
Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Acharya Dev ki
Jai.
Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Acharya Dev ki
Jai.
Param Pujyapado Sri Sri Acharya Dev ki
Jai.
Sat Sangha ki
Jai.
Sat Sangha ki
Jai.
Sat Sangha ki
Jai.
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Ajubitin,
Bande Ajubitin,
Bande Mativargan,
Bande Mativargan,
Bande Aham Krishti Daivatam,
Bande Aham Krishti Daivatam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Bande Purushottamam,
Param Premamay Sri Sri Thakur Anukul Chandra Ji ki
Jai.
Jai Guru.
Jai Guru.